Good evening, Internet, and welcome to episode 58 of Kenter at Your Own Risk, where Kent, Kevin, and Chris are going to discuss the series Fear Itself. There's been a culmination of a 3-month kind of project where we did Masters of Horror Season 1, Masters of Horror Season 2, and now Fear Itself, which was kind of the network version when the Masters of Horror didn't get renewed for Season 3. I think we went into the etymology of the series a couple months ago, so we won't go over that again. I've had a pretty good month. Kevin, how have you guys been doing?
Oh, we just had a foot of snow this past week, so that was a bit much. And I went to Boston for a doctor's appointment with my girlfriend at Boston, Mass. This week. So, yeah, I'm tired. I feel rushed, and I hated every second of this season. I'm just kidding.
Fair enough. I mean, this season, no doubt, was trying at times, and whatever. I don't know. Like, at least I didn't wait till like the last 2 days to get all my shit together. I spread it out over 4 days, so that's an improvement for me. And I had fun, and I think this one, Fear Itself, above and beyond the Masters of Horror, I think we're going to see a larger spread between like our likes and dislikes. That's just my guess. I don't feel like Masters of Horror Season 2, we had kind of like a conclusive top 5 middle ground and bottom ground. I don't know if we have that here. Which is good and bad. I don't know. I think it'll make for a more interesting conversation at the very least. Unfortunately, I can't sit here and say, oh, this guy's not Masters of Horror because it's no longer called Masters of Horror, so that just takes away part of my shtick, and I don't like that. So that's how I am.
I mean, just looking at my rankings in general, for pretty much both seasons of Masters of Horror, it almost felt like it was about a third, and a third, with like a third really good episodes, a third that were kind of average, and a third that I would consider towards the bottom. I feel like it was way more skewed in this season, where it was like maybe 3 really good episodes, a bunch of just average, and then just a few like horrifically bad episodes. Overall, though, and I think you guys will probably agree with this, I think the switch to network, I'm glad for, all the people involved. They were able to continue working and making stuff. But I think the switch to network television definitely was a detractor to my enjoyment. Like, I think most of the episodes would have been much better with an extra 20 minutes, titties, and, real blood, not cut away from the violence as soon as possible.
How many episodes were you sitting there going, right now, if this was on Showtime, there would have been tits there? Or if this was on Showtime, we would have gotten a close-up on this massive gore. We would have had something a little bit more elaborate. And for me, the other thing, I don't know, I personally felt that probably like half of the episodes kind of almost, they just end abruptly, as opposed to, I don't know, usually horror, there's like a little bit something at the end. These just like, boom, story's over. It's kind of like the anti-Stephen King of storytelling, which I'm okay with, but I don't know.
Anti-Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel there's at least a couple of episodes that had a extra minute tacked on at the end. It may have been a little bit better, but that's just me. But yeah, the network TV thing, it really, really hurt this, because would we lose about 15 to 20 minutes per episode?
At least 12.
Yeah, most of the Masters of Horror episodes were clocking in at 57, 58 minutes. If not, I think there were a couple that went over 60. All of these were between like 42 and 44. The standard 16 minutes of commercials.
Can we quickly talk about... I personally love the opening. Like, compared to Masters of Horror, the music's better in the opening, and I just like the video that they have for the intro of the show. Did you guys like the intro?
Go ahead, Kevin.
La 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 la. La. I can't do it. The I liked it. It's
Lars,
stuck in my
Lars,
head.
Lars.
I la da 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 da. Yeah. Yeah. It was fun. I do like Surge. I should have listened to the entire song that you sent, but I only have the hook stuck in my head.
I love Surge. I didn't realize it was him initially until you said that, and then I saw his name in the credits. It actually made me go and re-listen to all of my System of a Down albums. But no, I didn't like the credits at all. Like, I sat through every single Master of Horror credit as I was going through. It was just kind of subdued, but like, I really liked the graphic of the dude and the child on the bridge with the birds. You get like, I really like window looking out on the lake, and then it's just half the lady's eyes come into reflection on it. I mean, like, that didn't do it for me. Some of the stuff was okay. You know, like the person that they filmed in reverse, you know, like going up into the air in the door frame.
I like the dress with the feet hanging, but there's no head.
Yeah, but if you... I liked it too, and then I really looked at it, though, and you can see that it's just different layers. Like,
I like
they did a bad job photoshopping it
hanging,
to make it all look like one
head
layer.
Really?
So, I definitely agree that it was a fucking earworm, though, because, like, I would watch an episode, and then for, like, the next 6 hours at work, all I would be hearing is that in my head as they're going on. Let's get into episode number 1, Kevin.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well,
So should we get into it?
yeah, let's...
All right. So, Fear Itself, Episode 1. Original air date, June 5th, 2008. Written by Mick Garris and Del Howison. Based on a short story by Del Howison. The Sacrifice, directed by Breck Eisner, who went on to direct The Crazies in 2010. 4 criminals take refuge inside an isolated, snow-covered fort and encounter 3 sisters with a hidden secret who are harboring a monster. That's the little clip thing I stole that from. So 4 outlaws on the run. One of them is Navarro, and he is shot. One of them is Lemon, played by Jesse Plemons of Power of the Dog. One is his brother, seemingly the leader, Point, Jeffrey Pierce, and the creepy one, Diego, played by Stephen Martins. They find this wintry, snowy fort in Chelsea, played by Rachel Miner, who ex-wife of Macaulay Culkin and star of Larry Clark's Bully, and her sister, Merca Monroe, who plays Virginia. Chelsea attempts to help Navarro and goes from sewing his gunshot to sewing his mouth, which was actually pretty cool. And this episode takes off. Virginia separates Diego and lets him seduce himself in the barn and into a deep pit. The third sister, Tara, is feeding stew to the other 2 bros, and Point goes to check on Diego and finds the sewed up Diego and an old man chained up, who is the Reverend and is pulled back by a mysterious force, which is a monster. I like how easy it is to seduce these guys, and I'm saying it's not 100% believable, because that's what I like about these scenes and characters, like Lemon, played by Plemons, in the Skin House, where he's all turned up. So at this point, I'm not going to go into a whole bunch of the ending, but I like that. I really enjoyed the blend of action, crime into the horror mystery, to the reveal of the sisters protecting the outside world from this creature. Great performances from Rachel Miner and Jesse Plemons, especially, even without have heavily relying on nudity and gore, which this one would have a lot of. Which, if this was the third season of Masters of Horror, but I don't know if Breck Eisner would have made the cut. So, I actually really, I'm not going to go too much into the ending, but I really liked the ending and the very final scene with Rachel Miner. I thought it was pretty good, and I thought this was a great
2014,
start to
2000, I think 2014
the
to
first
16.
season, which knowing that, yes, it's made for TV, so it's going to end. Also, it's like 2008 and not like, when was Hannibal? 2000. So, yeah. I mean, I know they had like blood and stuff before that, but I figured they probably wouldn't push the envelope as much as they did with Hannibal. Because this was still before The Walking Dead or Breaking Bad. A lot of those shows that kind of went back to like doing darker kind of stuff. Episodical television, like The Sopranos. And
I got a question, and
really
Kent, maybe you can tell me why.
So, yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? You guys want?
Do you know why Virginia has two actresses credited for her for the episode? I don't either. So, yeah, I really liked it. I mean,
Stunt double, maybe?
Yeah, that's or, yeah.
No, I do not.
I thought it reminded me a lot of two things. Like, this was like the Masters of Horror / Fear Yourself version of.
That's what I was thinking.
Shit, I just lost my mind. From Dusk Till Dawn, kind of. Like, vampire story starts out in one genre, shifts into another. Obviously, this is the budget version of that instead of, the Quentin Tarantino, Robert Rodriguez version. And it also, just in kind of like tone and quality, reminded me of episode 1 of season 1, Incident on and Off a Mountain Road, where it was nothing really complicated, just competently made, stuff we had seen before, but pretty well done within, the fact that we had seen it before. And to go along with what you said and kind of didn't go into, I liked the twist at the end. The nihilism didn't kick in super hard, but it kicked in. So, thumb up for me.
Yeah, so for me, this was the, I don't know, second one I think I watched. Once again, I watched everything out of order. And at first view, I just thought this was kind of a middle of the road episode, but looking back, I think I liked it more than I liked the average episode from Fear itself. Just a few notes. I want to believe that Lemon hanging upside down was a little homage to Imprint. I don't know why they wasted so much time with Lemon talking about his stupid name. Like, I don't know. That didn't do much for me. Absolutely, as Kevin mentioned, there would have been this episode.
Who directed Bordello of Blood? Because I could have seen them trying to get him to do this episode.
No doubt, with the seduction, the hot blonde girls, everything, etc., etc. This would have, and yeah,
Craig Adler, I believe. Craig Adler.
That
would have ruled, by the way.
I read that this was the same fort that they used in Ginger Snaps Back, and I didn't really like that either. But I do have two extra thoughts. One, Point opens up the two bags that are chock full of guns. I mean, they have like 40 guns. He walks away with 2 Uzis. Like, that's it. Like, out of his whole arsenal, like, he didn't go I don't know. Like, you have all those options, and that's what you just go with. And it felt like, well, maybe you didn't need 2 big bags of guns, because that, what the hell did that prove? That he's just not going to go hard? I don't know. Just seemed stupid to me. The other thing that really I have to nitpick is when the monster grabs the chain as the Reverend and Point, I think, try to escape. And he grabs the chain, pulls the Reverend back. This is like the biggest horror cliche, or one of the biggest. As soon as the Reverend's getting pulled past the doorway, the door just closes for no reason other than this is horror, and we're just going to have this door magically close for no reason other than we don't want to show you what's happening. I don't know. I hate that. Like, you don't need to have the door close. And if the door's going to close, give me a fucking rhyme and reason. There's no rhyme and reason behind this. It's just a stupid technique that they used. So, yeah, that's my criticism. I had a good time. I really did. But there was enough
just
dumb
to go
things
into the
that
twist at the end, since Kevin, you want to do
prevents
that,
us from being in the upper echelon for me. That's all.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean,
We've been thrown out spoilers for the first 2 seasons. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
the look from Rachel Miner.
Yeah. At the very end, yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean that. Oh yeah, you mean the look from Rachel Miner at the very end? Yeah. Yeah, that she has to like go and do it all over again. Like she thought she was going to get out, and then sees the guy's bit.
Yeah, I mean, I could only imagine the fact that like now she's got a vampire that knows how to use Uzis, and there's a whole bunch of guns.
Like better than best acting of the whole episode, and just and then it was really eerie. So, and all. Oh, go ahead.
I think that's supposed to be Chelsea.
Who was the okay when the guys were trudging through the snow in the beginning?
Well, I mean,
we
they
see
say
somebody
that,
outside
but
with
obviously
a gun.
they leave
Who
to set
was
up the
that?
trap that takes out the cars.
I didn't think the girls ever left the fort.
Maybe that was the 4th sister, Virginia
Yeah.
2.
I mean, I guess I was sitting there wondering, like, I kept waiting for there to be another person that kind of went out and did stuff, and all right, yes, maybe that's that. There you go. We have Virginia 2. She was the one qualified to go out of bounds, set up traps, and just look on from the woods. That makes more sense to me than anything else. It's a good theory.
On that note,
Now to look out. Oh, and if you want to see Rachel Miner naked, just rent the movie Bully by Larry Clark, because she is fully naked in that. So,
all right. I guess moving on
And
to
I
episode
do.
2, which I got, is Spooked.
yeah, have you guys seen Bully?
Directed by Brad Anderson.
Very sexual film.
Written by Nick
okay.
Garris
Yeah.
and
So if you've
Matt
seen the
Vaughn.
movie, it'd make more sense.
And
but there you go.
I gotta say, like, I'm pretty sure this broke Eric Roberts' back because he was carrying the whole fucking thing. So the premise is Eric Roberts plays a private investigator, Harry Siegel, who at the beginning of the episode was a cop, and he tortures a subject in custody in order to find the location of a child who's been kidnapped. He finds the child and they save him, but the guy dies. So in the intervening period of time, he is left being a police officer. He's opened up a private investigator's business where apparently he mostly investigates adulterous husbands and then blackmails the client, in this case, the wife who hires him, to not expose the fact that she's been cheating on her husband as well. He ends up getting hired by Libby from Lost to investigate and see whether or not her husband is cheating on her. And she's got a couple sketchy propositions for how he needs to set up. Like, there's an abandoned house across the street. He can't leave stuff inside of her house. So he and his partner, James, go in. They set up in the house. There is a pretty cool mural of 4 weird-looking children-ish people. That actually involves some of the coolest special effects, I think, in the whole season. And while they are going through, he starts to be haunted, and it leads into some twists and turns. He finds out that Meredith, who is the woman who hired him, doesn't actually live in the house across the street. Eventually he confronts her, and it's revealed that the darkness that he feels inside stems back to a childhood accident where he accidentally murdered his brother with his father, who was a police officer's pistol. And then his dad, instead of reporting it, had him go and bury his brother and pretend that he was kidnapped. And he's just been living with that internally for his entire life. And then, long story short, the twist is revealed is that Meredith was the initial victim, Rory's sister, and he came back from the grave in that house and convinced her to set up Harry to be killed. Harry seems like he's going to kill her, and then he backs off, and as he does, James jumps into her apartment and shoots Harry and kills him and fulfills the cycle. For my episodes, I think this was probably the best that I had. Again, it was nothing that we hadn't seen before. I really liked the special effect that they did with the mural, where it kept changing and evolving. Apparently, several of those kids had been murdered in that house, and you would go from them all looking innocent the first time he sees it to, the four of them having their throats slit, or at one point I think they're hung. And another point it looks like they've come off the wall. So I thought that was interesting. Eric Roberts did a pretty decent job of carrying the whole episode. I mean, I've liked him ever since I saw him in Best of the Best. He's definitely the kind of person who you can see will take a project for a paycheck versus also putting in performances, because I've seen him do pretty powerful acting, and then I've also seen him barely know what the script is. So you have that. This was done by Anderson, who did Sounds Like in season 2, and I ended up liking this one a lot better than that. So there you go. Kevin, what'd you think?
Yeah, Best of the Best, Eric Roberts. That was the first thing I wrote down. Best of the Best, Eric Roberts as a cop working outside of the law to get the job done. Fuck yes. Slit a throat to get a confession. Fuck yes. I was very excited about this. Yeah, I liked how the graffiti was a character in the film. Even the CGI work with it wasn't really that cheesy. I thought it was well done for what they were trying to do. It was almost overly complicated for such a short period of time, but the pacing of that actually moved pretty quickly, even if the ending itself was kind of lackluster and almost I want to say obvious, but I did think.
Yeah, I mean, I called it. I figured it out with all of before, but I don't think it was necessarily
Cynthia
hidden that well.
I
forgot to mention the night vision camera scene.
Guy's sister.
That was
right?
that was something too. I mean, that's yeah.
No. Oh yeah. These were on Thursdays? Thursday nights? Was that what? Does anyone remember? I think it was Thursday nights that this was airing. So, I didn't really watch a lot of TV then, and I probably would have, held my nose pretty high to this then. But if I was 14 or 15 years old watching TV and, this episode was on, that's great. like take out the whole Masters of Horror and everything else before, like this being on TV is actually pretty cool and probably cooler than everything but probably cooler than the Summer Olympics, to tell you the truth, because that's why it went on hiatus, but we can get to that later. Yeah, I would say this is definitely a thumbs up. Oh, what I do want to say is this came out 1 month before The Dark Knight, which kind of, even though Eric Roberts didn't have like a huge part in that, he had a pretty decent sized part, and I think it's kind of like something that people probably took another look at Eric Roberts because he was in a very successful movie.
All right. I don't have a ton of notes. As was said, the graffiti was definitely the high point for me, and it was nice that we had a horror movie or horror whatever, something horror related with graffiti that wasn't based around urban culture, because if you think about it, prior to this, it was basically Candyman, Tales from the Hood. Like, it seemed like graffiti got pigeonholed into like a stereotype quintessentially. So in that regard, it was nice not only to have the graffiti but have it play such a cool role. I liked that a lot, and it really looked great. This really was one of my favorite Eric Roberts performances, which I haven't seen a bunch of him, to be perfectly honest, but I did like him. I was disappointed in Lawrence Gilliard Jr., who fans of Walking Dead may remember as Bob Stuckey. I don't know. He's a good actor, and I felt like his role could have been a little bit better. Maybe a little bit more substantial. I don't know. But even if it's not more substantial, the ending. Why does he shoot? Why would he shoot so fast? Like all that he knows, he bust in like fucking Kool-Aid Man. She says, "Help me," and without thinking, like, I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to see what's going on. Nope, just shoot your freaking longtime partner. I don't know. It just seemed kind of like a weird. We gotta
save the white woman.
Yeah, like, I don't know. It seemed like it went down so quickly and kind of stupid. I don't know if I liked this, but I found it interesting that we had this really beautiful house, and across the street we had this hellish house. Like, typically, you don't see that. You typically wouldn't have a beautiful house and then across the way, like, something that got to that degree of bad. But I did like the juxtaposition of it. Can't pronounce words today. Kind of sick of every single time that I see kids being like, hey, let's look at something cool. Oh, here's a gun. I mean, if you see that and you're watching it with somebody, just bet every ounce of money that you have and just be like, here, I bet you a kid shoots another kid. And you'll win money, because this has just become like this really overdone cliche. Try something different, guys. I don't know. I'm just saying, try something new. We get it. Kids are dumb. I don't know. When I was that age, I never played with guns. I don't know. Just kind of seemed a little dumb, but whatever.
It's literally that commercial that, like, the more you know, like, yeah, like it is literally that, and it is. And you said why the ending? I was thinking, is it like political, like, stance on guns, or just like maybe like a message that they were trying to get out, and the whole point was Eric Roberts was like, you don't need a gun, just be a badass like me, and then like he has a gun and he ends up getting shot by it. And he ends up killing his brother with a gun. I don't know.
The gun was his undoing.
It was laid on a bit thick. Yeah. It was.
This was the first thing that This was the first episode I did watch, and it was about this time that I learned that the DVDs that I just purchased because I couldn't find my old ones, I didn't have closed captioning on my discs, so I wasted $14 without having any closed captioning, and so that forced me to watch all of these on Plex. And I had old rips of these on my Plex server, but they were old and terrible. They were like less than SD quality. So, yeah, this was the beginning of my long journey of sitting through those commercials. Just because I really do insist on having closed captioning, because if I'm watching this at 2, 3 a.m., I can't have it ultra loud where I am. So, yeah, it's important to have the closed captioning. Very disappointed in those DVDs. Very disappointed. But
There's no closed captioning? You can't even do it on your television?
no, if it's closed captioning, it would have to be burned onto the disc. Like, it's like a separate file, pretty much.
Sure. Yeah. That's bullshit.
It was weird, even with Plex, not to get into technical stuff, but like you can actually download like the closed captioning files for anything that you have. But in this case, it was just easier to stream everything. So that's how I watched it, and this was the first one. I'm not mad at it. There was some cool stuff, and then there was cliche stuff, and like most of the season, it was a mixed bag. And that's okay. Like, I had fun with it. I didn't hate it. So
I feel the need to bring up the fact that I watched this on Plex as well, and for some reason I kept getting Spanish ads.
oh yeah,
I don't speak Spanish, so I have no idea what they were advertising for. But
they were trying to teach you about love, and actually I think one of the Spanish ads was for feminine hygiene products. So
I mean, there were old people. It looked like there was food and some medicine, and I have no idea what was in between.
Did you get a lot of Sabra hummus commercials?
I did not, but it would have probably meant more for me because my son loves Sabra garlic hummus.
Yeah, I got like every episode I had a bunch of Sabra. I don't know. So, yeah, interesting. But that's all I got.
All right, moving on to...
It is.
Episode 3?
It really is. Okay, so I got Family Man. It was aired originally June 19th, 2008. Directed by the, I don't want to say great Ronnie Yu, but Ronnie Yu has two things going for him. Freddy vs. Jason and fucking Bride of Chucky, right? And then you know that Catherine Isabel had a real serious issue with Ronnie Yu, so that's why I'm not going to say he's the great Ronnie Yu, because I have to take Catherine Isabel's side just because, you know, she's Catherine Isabel. Anyway, this starred Clifton Collins Jr., who, I don't know, I admit I'm not overly familiar with his stuff. He was in the Star Trek movie in 2009. He was in Capote. And the other main guy is Colin Ferguson, and he was the main star in Sci-Fi Channel's Eureka, and I always liked him in that, so that was a pleasant surprise.
He's the Maytag man now.
Oh, no shit. Okay. I did not know this. So, I will say this. Trying to write a review, like a stream of thought review while watching this, not easy when you're trying to like, you have to establish stuff. So the story goes is that we have a family, the Mahoneys, Dennis, Kathy, and their two kids, Sean and Courtney. They're a religious family, blah, blah, blah. One day, Dennis, after church, has to go to work, and on his way to work, Kathy calls him, wants milk, and at an intersection, he gets hit, and he is in a horrible car accident. And then at the ER, somehow, some way, him and this like serial killer Richard, they switch bodies and they're both okay. Like, they're both not dead, even though we kind of thought they were dead, but they weren't dead. I don't know, whatever. So yeah, we have two people in different bodies. It's like fucking Freaky Friday, but horror-ish. And I don't know. There's really not a lot of substance. It's well paced. It plays out exactly as you would expect. The guy that has, the bad guy, the serial killer, he has a family. He's seeking a little bit of redemption. He's trying to play it straight, but his tendencies to be short tempered and stuff plays itself out slowly. The innocent guy, who is trapped in Richard's body, is trying to get some help from his lawyer. And he, of course, the lawyer's like, just, there's nothing you can do with it. But there was a particular scene that irked me, which was, they were talking about how Richard had all this information about Dennis, and the lawyer's like, well, he's just feeding you the information. Well, if you think about it logically, why would this strange guy, go visit another dude in prison and just give him, like, his whole life details, his social security number, all these random facts? Like, what would that serve in real life? Like, to try to incriminate yourself? Like, I don't get, like, why that lawyer would think that way. It was really stupid and frustrating. But that's not where the frustration ends for me. Because eventually, Richard, or the body of Richard, aka Dennis, decides that he needs to try to get his family back, and he tells the sheriff that he will tell them where the bodies are hidden. So the sheriff and a deputy take him out in a cop car, and they end up, I don't know, near this field, whatever. They stop the car, and fucking Richard becomes Superman, like, disarms the deputy, then hits the sheriff in the head with the gun, and then trudges away home. And that scene was completely inane and unrealistic, but it happened. We had the showdown between the two guys. There's some stabbing, there's pencils, there's table breaking. I feel Fear itself had like 3 tables broken, maybe 4 throughout the season. Lots of table breaking. I feel Mick Garris may have mandated it. And, we end up having like this switcheroo towards the end where Richard, he's dead. Dennis ends up back in Dennis's body, but his wife and son are dead, and the daughter says that daddy did it, and so Dennis is now fucked. And it was a cool twist. It was a twist you could see. I feel you could have seen it coming. Most of the twists in Fear itself were very predictable if you're a horror fan. If you're not a horror fan, some may catch you a little bit more off guard. But the twist was I thought it was so well executed that I had no gripes about them taking it to the logical conclusion. So I liked it. I really liked it. This was the best episode so far in the season, in my opinion. So, Chris, I know you're super jelly because you got so many great episodes, but what did you think about this?
This is my favorite episode of the season. Like, when you told me that you thought that there was going to be one episode in the top 5 of the overall ranking, this was the one I thought you were talking about. And then you told me the one you thought, and I was like, huh. Our lists are going to be very different. And I like the hopelessness of it. Like, it's never really explained, how the shit happens. But, like, once he's stuck in the other body, there's, like, no way out of it for him. And literally the guy's like, you can avoid telling me stuff, and then, I'll just murder your family. Or you can tell me what's going on, and, with your job, and I'll do my best to make sure that they're taken care of. And like you said, one of the things I like is we can definitely see that Richard in Dennis's body is, at the beginning, trying to reform and, be a different person. And then you just got to question, like, minus the whole body switching part, like, is this the whole thing that happened with every single one of the families that he ended up murdering as a serial killer? And then you get to the end, where the switchback occurs, and the daughter is like, "Daddy killed mommy and brother," and you realize that, like, the fact that Richard in Dennis's body was going to visit him week after week after week, and they never met, now is going to look even more suspicious. They're going to be like, "Oh, this guy was taking serial killer directions from the fucking Family Man," and it's just, it's like a really depressing, nihilistic episode, and I fucking loved it. I mean, probably the thing I know Clifton Collins from the best was Boondock Saints 2, but he's got that one fucking killer cameo in Scott Pilgrim where he and Thomas Jane play the vegan police. So there is that as well.
By the way, I forgot to mention this. How cool was the baby Bumblebee dream sequence? I thought that was really well done. In a creepy way. Kevin? I'm assuming you loved this, right? No, that scene in particular.
This episode?
Baby Bumblebee stuff.
The
Where he's dreaming and his daughter's on stage.
that.
It's the play, and she's singing Baby Bumblebee, and everything gets bloody and bloodier.
Oh, yeah. Okay, actually, yeah, that was cool. Yeah, I mean, this was like the face-off version of Chocolate, which is what I thought of when I saw this. So, what I thought was interesting was the serial killer didn't have the same like physical tenacity that he did in the Colin Ferguson, when he's in like the Family Man's body, when he tried to like fight the cops or whatever, or try to like fight people. What is it? What was the confrontation that he had? And he gets like his ass kicked. Oh, it's about a parking spot. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, like, I thought that was interesting that he didn't like have the same physical aspects. And I don't know. I thought that this was like kind of like an interesting like innocent man in jail, but he's not really innocent because he is like the person inside is innocent, but the body is of a serial killer. I thought that was like an interesting take. I kind of got like a Damien Eccles sort of vibe from it, who was a involved with the West Memphis 3 killing. So anyways, yeah, I have a question for you guys, because this was something that I felt like was underneath the surface, and it is very fucked up. And I didn't think about a lot of the things that you brought up, Chris, about is this part of the cycle that he's done with everyone, like switch out of their bodies, which I don't know, but I also don't think 100%.
Oh, no, I just meant, I didn't mean that he was switching with people's bodies, but just that, like, he would meet a new family, try to change, and then fucking lose it and end up murdering them when they, didn't sit down for dinner like he told them.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So I thought about that too, yeah. Or I'm thinking about that now. So the thing is, the cop who beats up Clifton Collins in the beginning, which also was one of the things that I noticed, that dude didn't flinch, and if like the guy was the Colin Ferguson body guy, he would have gotten that cop hit him and would have like beat him down. So anyways, I'm like almost nervous to bring this up, but so the cop says that he like raped all these people. He doesn't say he just raped the women. He says you killed these families and you raped them. And then at the very end, it's the little girl, and I feel like the dude sexually assaulted the little girl, and that's like not said in the episode, but like it's kind of inferred from that. Did you guys get that at all?
I mean, I didn't, but it could very well have just been me missing something.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they were trying to push it, but I think it's there. But I don't know.
It's kind of how it's presented with how the sheriff is kind of holding her, like, don't be scared. Yeah. I think inferred, implied, whatever, however you want to do it, it doesn't mean it definitely meant that, but yeah, there was at least subtle hints about it. So I would agree with that.
Okay, yeah, it was yeah, it was weird, and I thought that was especially dark. And this was kind of a hard one to rank, but because I didn't really get down with the Freaky Friday part of it. But overall, I thought this was pretty good, and I think the moral of the story is do not be driving and talking on your cell phone because some felon could end up be banging your wife.
I thought the whole moral of the story was just not to accept calls from your wife.
That too.
Yeah, I mean, that too. Don't get ice cream.
Yeah, that would actually go before, and then, yeah.
Ice cream and pancake batter. Have either of you guys ever heard of such thing?
I have not, but I was kind of curious about trying it, and I forgot about that until you brought it back up just now.
Yeah, I was super... I've never actually made pancakes myself, but I thought, like, it's a neat idea. It could taste good. So, yeah. I mean, that Reverend was really, really into the fucking pancakes, you know? So, alright, cool.
Alright, Fear Itself, Episode 4, June... The original air date, June 26, 2008. In Sickness and in Health. Written by Victor Salva and directed by John Landis. A bride, Samantha, played by Maggie Lawson, receives an ominous note that her groom is actually a serial killer, played by James Roday, and they're both from the TV show Psych, and were a real-life couple at this time. I don't think they were married, but it could have been. Samantha's brother hasn't shown up. Her bridesmaids question her on getting married due to the short time that she has known Carlos, which is her groom. After getting the note and seeing the groom, she looks for the woman in the red scarf that the note originated from, and gave to the priest. I really like the camera work, especially when the camera moves towards the statues at the church in this episode, along with the music. The bride and groom are at the altar, and despite some hesitation and a little CGI on Carlos's face, they get married. The bridesmaid just stare, looking very unimpressed, and Carlos notices. After giving a somewhat sinister look himself, shortly after the ceremony, she learns from Carlos, his uncle, played by Marshall Bell, known probably best from Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge, as the gym teacher. Anyways, that Carlos's parents mysteriously disappeared when he was 16, leaving him traumatized. After a confrontation about the note, and Samantha ends up in a confessional booth, and Carlos tells her that there was a woman he met that might be crazy enough to try and ruin his wedding. This is much different than not only John Landis' previous episodes, but I'd say any of the episodes, and is actually kind of perfect for television. It's a thriller, mystery, and twist itself that makes me curious if on a second watch I'd like it more or less. The entire thing is held together by Maggie Lawson's performance, so whether you find the twist believable or not, I think just depends on how invested you are into her character. I liked it. I liked the twist. Probably my least favorite of the Landis ones, but I'd say it's still a banger for Fear Itself. So I will toss it over to Chris.
No, I gotta toss this one to Kent. I want to be the last one to speak about this one.
Okay.
Well, on the plus side, when we were doling out episodes, I gave this to Kevin instead of Chris, so, I mean, there is something to be said for that. I personally like this episode, and I have a idea of where the conversation will go at some point here, but let's just say that the reviews for this are mostly negative. And from my perspective, when just looking at the reviews, it seems like people were angry about the twist. And I felt that people found it unbelievable or unrealistic, however you want to word it. And I personally viewed it as she was toying with him the whole episode. That was kind of my take on it. And if you don't look at it in that way, then the twist probably comes off really bad. But if you look at it that she is toying with him the whole time, and even like this whole guilt about this other woman and stuff, I really like this one. This one is something I've seen this probably 4, maybe 5 times. I used to watch Psych. All in all, I agree. This was a good for the format of TV. This was a good one. This almost seemed like a Tales from the Crypt episode. Could have easily seen something like this on Tales from the Crypt, no issue. But I don't know. Some people may say this is a one-hit wonder, all about the twist and whether you like it or not. Almost a Sixth Sense type of thing. I don't know if I agree with that. I kind of liked it how they hit all the plot points along the way. And really, I also want to say I liked the statue stuff too, Kevin. Like the camera work, I really liked that. And I also liked the Reverend. I liked the little comedy that he just couldn't hear anything. My biggest criticism was the woman in the red scarf. I don't know if that paid itself off in any meaningful way, and I feel like maybe that could have been handled better. And by maybe it definitely could have been handled better. It absolutely could have been handled better. That's the weakest part of this whole thing for me personally. Now, with that being said, Chris, I'm dying to hear this.
All right, so barring this episode, John Landis probably would have taken the key for me as the number one master in horror from the shows. This is the worst episode in the entire fucking series. It makes no sense. It's not that the twist is bad or horrible. It's the fact that the twist doesn't work with how they've played it straight up through the entire episode. You know, there's no ambiguity in her performance, which would work. You know, when we finally get the twist, the reveal that she's the serial killer and not him, but she's playing it frightened the entire way. And it's not frightened as in, oh, I'm worried that my husband, you know, somebody is potentially trying to tell my husband that I'm a serial killer and he's marrying me. But they just try to do fake outs the entire fucking thing. The performances are good. The cinematography is good. It's the whole problem with this episode is the script. It just doesn't fucking work. It's like fucking The Last Jedi in that as soon as you break the script, you take me out of the entire fucking performance. All I could think of when I was finished with this was I was like, this was like what The Purge did to me, except I didn't have to buy a movie ticket to fucking get that fucking punch in the face. Marshall Bell, which I would say is probably more known for Quado from Total Recall than from the gym teacher for Nightmare on Elm Street 2, which probably is the least watched Nightmare on Elm Street. Like, there's no reason for the twins or any of the weird glances that they're making or any of that stuff. I like James Rede Rodriguez, besides Psych, which I didn't see a lot of, but I saw a couple episodes. He was really, really good in A Million Different Things, which just finished up last year. Like, the anger and the kind of attitude and rage doesn't make sense with the way that the twist works out. It only makes sense in that it's a red herring that they're just throwing at you to distract you from the fact that the script doesn't work. And like the whole explanation, like, I don't know. I've had lunch with women before, and I never would have worried about it. Maybe it was more than that, but I mean, that's just like a fucking non-issue. I don't know. Like, it is not the worst made or the worst produced episode, but it is the worst written in that if you take that twist out of it, nothing in the episode makes sense. But you guys both liked it, so at least 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Chris, did you like a pup named Scooby-Doo?
If that's a movie, I have never seen it.
No, it's like a TV series. It was a cartoon, Saturday morning cartoon in the 80s. And it was when they were all kids. And I only asked because there was a character named Red Herring. So, I don't know. I just wanted to tie it all together there.
No, I haven't. Like, if they had done something where it was more dreamlike and it was supposed to be surreal, then it would have worked. But no, they tried to play it straight for the whole fucking thing. And then you get to the end. Like, the actual reveal, I liked. The woman in the red dress is actually her brother living in the house with all of the severed body parts of the victims that she's had, trying to let her husband, her future husband, well, her husband at this point, who's only known her for a matter of what, like, did they say less than 3 months?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Know that, yeah, you're marrying a fucking serial killer. But, yeah, I mean, most of the episode is, 42 minutes and 50 seconds of her running around, acting cagey, not really anything scary. I mean, just running around a dark, empty church. So, yeah, no, it did not do it for me. I really, like, John Landis's episodes in Masters of Horror 1 and 2 were my number 2 for both seasons. This one nosedived.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it worked for me as a one-time watch. But Kent, you've seen it a few times, so for you going back and watching Maggie Lawson's performance, does it work for you in that way? Can you go along with it? Or do you have to kind of force yourself to go with it? Or do you forget every time?
No. I mean, once you know the twist, you go along for the ride and you try to pick up on hints. And in that regard, the script does let it down because they could have played it better throughout. To Maggie's character could have been played a little bit differently. And they could have taken it a little easy on all the red herrings. Like, really, they went very thick with it, only to have it be like, oh, I went to dinner with a fucking woman. Okay, like, we've all been to dinner with, whatever, but...
I went to dinner with a woman and we watched Master of Horror and she showed me her titties. I mean, that would have been, like, maybe something I would have been a little upset about.
Yeah, it was just... with that...
Oh, he did drugs with her in a hotel for 3 days. That's what going to dinner means.
They ate the body afterwards.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing that I don't remember is the woman in the red scarf. I'm like, who the fuck is this every time? And then, that reveal... I don't know. I feel that reveal gets met with a groan from me more often than not. But, I don't know. I think it's... You know how there's some things that you have to shut your brain off for? Sometimes you can and you can enjoy it, and sometimes you cannot turn your brain off and therefore you cannot enjoy it. I think this is a prime example of that type of thing. Either you can shut your brain off and enjoy it for the mindless ride that it is, or you just are going to sit there and be like, nope, this is shit. This makes no sense. The twist is garbage. She didn't act this way. Like, you can see both sides of the coin here.
Yeah, well said, actually. I get that.
So, all right. I am up next with the most recent thing that I watched, which is episode 5. It's called Eater. It is directed by Stuart Gordon, and we've seen Stuart in his work in Masters of Horror. He did, in Season 1, Dreams in the Witch House, and in Season 2, he did The Black Cat. I definitely like The Black Cat better, but both were fun. Both were good. I have walked away from this series more a fan of Stuart Gordon than I did prior to coming into this, because when I've watched these in the past, a lot of times I didn't sit there and go, I don't know this person, I'm going to look them up. Like, I just didn't care. But now that, like, we've kind of analyzed it, I kind of want to go out and watch a few of Stuart Gordon's things and just see, if there's stuff out there that I like of his. This is one of the higher, I think this was the third highest rated of Fear Itself, of the whole series, the season, whatever. It stars Elizabeth Moss, long before Handmaid's Tale or The Invisible Man. I see Mick Garris as a writer, and I shudder just a little bit every time. There's other people in it. We get Russell Hornsby. I swear he looks familiar from something, but I didn't find anything that I knew him from.
Grimm. He was
yeah, see, I never saw that. Like, that's the thing. Like, I when I look these people up, I'm like, oh, they were in this, but then I've never watched it, so like I know it's kind of like popular, but I have no real frame of reference. Stephen R. Hart plays Dwayne Eater Mellor, and he is a serial killer. And this is something I meant to bitch about in Family Man. Alright, these episodes, when there's a serial killer involved, it's not like a person's killed like 3 to 5 people. No, it's like 26 or 32 people, like they're among the greatest serial killers in fucking history. Like, these numbers are a bit exorbitant, if you ask me. I don't know. I feel they get a little carried away with the numbers at times. With that being said, I thought this dude was awesome. He was kind of like this tall, imposing guy. He's Cajun. Gave me a little Remy LeBeau Gambit feelings. And, I don't know, we got some police officers. This takes place. They arrest Dwayne Mellor. And, they have to keep him for the night before the, FBI thing comes and gets him in the morning. This reminded me in some ways of a movie called The Last Shift. I don't know if that's streaming anywhere anymore. It used to be on Netflix years ago. But, I don't know, kind of similar vibe. It's a police station and, get through the night types thing. So weird stuff happens. Despite the cops checking Mellor, I don't know how you pronounce his last name, Mellor, I think. We'll call him Eater. Despite checking Eater 10 times, they searched him 10 times, he still had a voodoo fucking whatever shaker thingy. And I don't know, that just tells me that those guys were bad at their job, I guess. And he did some voodoo curse, and that gave us flickering lights and some weird camera visual aura throughout. Anyway, we find out that the guys don't really like Elizabeth Moss's character, Danny. But she's a good cop. She's a boot, not a rookie, but whatever. That's what they call it. I didn't know that was even a fucking term, but there you go. And she has to spend the night with Marty Steinwitz and Mattingly. We never get Mattingly's first name. We learn that there is an entrance/exit to the police station via the locker room, which seems like a really weird thing. Like, I don't know if you guys thought this was weird, but I thought it was like, oh, one of the only exits in the whole thing is in the fucking locker room. I don't know. Whatever. So, weird stuff happens, and Mellor fucking possesses people, rips out, Mattingly's heart and fucking Steinwitz's heart, and he portrays them as sweaty guys, and I don't know, like, It all just seemed very cliche. We have the last 10 minutes as final girl running away from big, tall, scary guy, and she knows he's going to eat her, so she eats rat poison, and he eats her, and they handcuff each other, and they both die, and I don't know. Like, for an episode that was so highly regarded, this seems like something they could have cut. I don't know. They could have cut another 12 minutes and I could have got the same damn story. This was kind of drawn out for no apparent reason other than to make the time cut, I guess. I don't know. It just felt like a lot of exposition, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know. The twist, who's under the blanket? Oh, it's the sergeant. Oh, the sergeant's behind you, too. Oh, my God. I don't know. It really just didn't do a whole lot for me. So, the other thing, I really wanted to like the character of Eater more. I really wanted him to have a cooler role, but I don't know. He was just a big imposing figure. Nothing really great. He could have been cooler. So, yeah. Chris, did you like this more than me?
All right. So going into this one, I didn't. All I knew was Elizabeth Moss because she's the actual cover of the show on the posters. So I like Russell Hornsby and all of the shit I've seen him in. I like Pablo Schreiber. I mean, I was watching Halo and finished that up. The whole idea was cool. I was like, this is a really interesting thing that within 4 episodes we get 2 cannibalism stories. And as I was watching and watching and watching, I hated this episode more and more and more for the same reason that I hated the last episode, and that nothing in the fucking script makes sense. And it brought me out to the point where this was at one point my number 2 on this season's list, and as I continued to watch this, it moved to the second to the bottom position on my season's list. And actually, I'll throw out a fucking spoiler, it's the second to the bottom of the entire show series for me. There's just, the timeline doesn't make sense. You've got one too many bodies in this thing for it to make sense. So somehow there's a body in the cell the entire time that he's outside of the cell. But we also have Mattingly, Steinwitz, and Sergeant Williams' bodies outside of the cell in different areas at the same time, too. One of the other things that I'm kind of confused about, and this isn't just for this, but it's for cannibalist shows in general, is I would picture that most cannibals, in regards to their own body, or at least their own mouth, would be more along the lines of Hannibal, and, want to keep their teeth in as pristine condition as possible, instead of looking like, I don't know, rotting snaggletooth. I found it interesting.
They'd want a good
I
palate.
would imagine that, like, if you're eating things that potentially could have, weirder consistencies than most typical cuts of meat. Like, if I remember, there was something I saw where a cannibal ended up dying because they swallowed somebody's earring and it ended up puncturing their esophagus or their stomach or something. You would want to, at least brush once in a while. Maybe. So yeah, I thought it was interesting that they said there's never been a Cajun serial killer before, but I didn't find it interesting enough to bother looking up to see whether that's a realistic fact or it was just something that they threw out. I find it interesting that Jonathan Schaech was another writer for this. He definitely was like, they must have really enjoyed his writing from season 2 of Masters of Horror. So I mean, it's funny that the only two directors who directed an episode in every season, I liked their episodes in season 1 and 2, and I rated them as the worst ones for season 3. So there you go. What have you? This was one too where the potential for what we would have seen if it had not been on network probably would have elevated it over where I'm putting it, but because we ended up missing out on a lot of the gore that we would have gotten. I mean, this was relatively one of the more gory episodes, but it was so tame compared to what it could have been that I just... This was a pile of opportunity that just shat the bed. There you go.
Did you guys have the director's cut on Plex, or did you watch your DVD, Kent?
It is not the director's cut on Plex. Does that change it?
Well, because it rules. So whatever the time that makes it up, I think makes all the difference. But yeah, I don't know. Like the whole, I don't know. I thought it was great. The police station had a very like Resident Evil 2 feel to it. The whole lighting of the episode, the acting, I thought was top notch. The pizza eating scene was cringier and like kind of like grosser than the cutting off the woman's tongue and feeding it to her. Did you guys see that? Was that in it?
Yeah, that scene was in it.
Where it was like,
wait, he fed it?
yeah, he like cuts it up and puts it on the plate on the grill, and then he takes the tongue and he feeds it to her own tongue. Dude,
no,
that's awesome.
that wasn't in there. He just eats a bite of it, and that's where it ends.
Oh yeah.
And he doesn't season it either. Like, that was one thing I appreciated with Hannibal. He seasoned.
Hannibal's shit made me hungry. This actually
like
probably looked like more like what a tongue would look like.
Yeah, I think we're a little like... well, I think that's like the thing about like Hannibal was that we probably thought that cannibals were like this up until we got Silence of the Lambs. So, but yeah, he's like Cajun, Louisiana, serial killer, voodoo, whatever. I think this is what, 3 out of 5 episodes that are like snowy winter episodes, and it's strange to me that this was all in July, which makes me wonder if these were some of the ones that were developed for the Masters of Horror, the first 4 or 5 episodes, which usually runs from October to early December. And later on, there's like Halloween episodes and stuff like that. So, I don't know. Did you guys notice that? Was it weird?
I don't know if it was weird. I mean, it was definitely a thing, though.
Yeah, it was a thing. Yeah. And I thought that...
Didn't they rush this, like, because of the writer's strike, they just needed content for TV?
Ooh, I don't know the whole story. I just know that they canceled... That kind of makes sense, though. And then they had the Olympics.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they needed content because of the writer's strike. A lot of seasons were getting cut short because of that. We had a lot of abrupt, like, half seasons of TV, and I felt that this got put on because these were already made, which also might explain, like, why there's director's cuts that are probably longer, more akin to, you know, what we may have gotten with Masters of Horror. That's my best guess.
Yeah, it's not like that crazy, but yeah, they did probably try to push the envelope as hard as they could on television and just fought the censors. But also, because of Masters of Horror was already released on DVD, I believe, before this came out, I think.
It was.
Yeah, it was? Okay, so then they knew that it would have life that way, too, and they could always put it on the DVD.
The way they released Masters of Horror, I don't know if you guys remember this, they released, like, each one by its, like, as its own movie.
Yeah, I have imprint.
Like, you'd go to Walmart and just get cigarette burns, for example.
Yeah, I kind of remember seeing them. You know, I wasn't watching it when it came out, but I do remember seeing, like, cigarette burns, for example, in Walmart.
Yeah, then they released it as a whole, you know, season.
Yeah, no, and because I got imprint at Goodwill like that, and they released them differently than they were released episodically. But anyways, I thought the tension grew from the first scene to the last, and I thought the twist was just that she ate rat poisoning off camera that we didn't see. So, but I thought it was pretty like nihilistic and gross, and yeah, I was actually a little bit scared. Also, I think Mick Garris didn't actually write them, because I looked on IMDb and it always had Mick Garris's name on every single episode, and I think just because he was the creator of it, he got a credit. So I think it's just Richard Chismar and Jonathan Seach, based on a short story by Peter Crowther.
Kevin, how dare you not give Mick Garris all the credit he deserves?
He should have directed an episode, but he did.
Yeah,
I think he did.
should've.
I think he did write the first episode, though. But
He should have written and directed Echoes. Damn it!
I mean, I think he definitely deserves credit for writing that last one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, agree to disagree. Also, Pablo Schreiber was on the season 2 of The Wire. This was all before The Wire came out, I believe. I think The Wire was out by then. So, and Lawrence Gillard from Spooked was also D'Angelo on The Wire, it's one of my favorite shows. So,
And then was it the Something to Bite? The main guy was in The Wire.
oh, the Blanc, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so I just have one more thing to say on Eater is I was watching these in the morning, and usually I watch them. My girlfriend sleeps. I get up earlier. I watch it while she sleeps, but she was up, and I said I got good news and bad news. The bad news is I got to do one of these Fear Itself episodes, but the good news is that Elizabeth Moss is in it, and she actually thought this one was pretty cool too. So yeah.
All right.
All right.
So moving on to the number 6, and this was just a really I want to say this is one of the highlights where it was 3 in a row for me.
Just remember, I wasn't sure if I loved this movie or hated it. Just remember this.
So New Year's Day, directed by Darren Lynn Bousman, aired July 17th, 2008. Well, it is credited to writers Mick Garris, Steve Niles, and Ben Sokolowski. So we have Helen, who's played by Brianna Evigan, waking up, and she's not feeling good. She's either hungover or drunk, or stoned still, and it's New Year's Day. Apparently all the power is out. It sounds like shit's going crazy outside, and zombie apocalypse happened New Year's Eve. And apparently these zombies are triggered by, let's say, memories of their past life, or, things that resonate with them from their past life as a human. She tries calling what appears to be her boyfriend, eventually gets her friend on the line who's already at her boyfriend's house. They say, you got to come over here. She's looking for her roommate but can't find him. Then we get a series of flashbacks throughout this that kind of spell out what happened. And over the course of the episode, we see that Corey Monteith wasn't actually her boyfriend. He was just a dude that she liked who wasn't interested in with her because he was hooking up with her best friend, Christy. Her roommate, Eddie, fucking sexually assaulted her several times in a row at New Year's Eve, which causes her to leave the party that they were at, where a news show is saying that there was an explosion at a chemical plant nearby and that a bunch of people died. And then reports come in later on that, oh no, none of the people are dead, they're all alive. So we don't know how that first initial report came through, which I thought was an interesting touch for, dumbasses who, I guess, don't watch zombie movies. Overall, this episode is just kind of mid. We get a lot of scenes that, they're trying to create tension, but they don't really create tension. Her roommate Eddie is just following her around. You're like, what the fuck? How is this zombie? Some of them are just banging their heads against walls or not able to open a door, and this guy's following her building to building, killing people who are around her, until they get all the way to James' house, and you find out that Helen has been a zombie this entire time. She overdosed on pills the night before when James said no, he wasn't interested, and Eddie, forced himself upon her with just a kiss, not actually, sexually raping her, but, without consent, like 4 or 5 times in a fucking row while she's drunk and strung out from being rejected, that she committed suicide and she's been dead this whole time, and like the phone calls that she's been on, it wasn't static, that they couldn't speak with each other, is because she was a fucking zombie barely grunting and moaning. And James shoots her, and then Eddie shows up and kills James and Christy, and it ends there. And overall, it's just a big anticlimactic zombie apocalypse that could have been done better, could definitely have been done worse. It's not the worst episode in this season, but it's definitely nowhere near the top. This is at the bottom of the barely average shit. So, there you go.
I just have a little bit. I will just start with, I don't know if this works in rewatches, but this was fun. It's kind of bad, but it's like bad fun. A nice winter holiday horror in July. But I like Blackout Drunk and Armageddon. It's great. You don't know what happened or what's going on, and your friend is apologizing to you. It's just wild from the beginning. There is a lot about this episode that seems predictable, but I didn't see the twist coming. And I don't know if it worked. But I kind of, don't work against it, but I don't know. I remember when, after The Walking Dead came out, and this is before, is Walking Dead 2009, Kent, do you know?
That sounds, yes.
So this is like before, right before that, which created a whole zombie phase, like sensation, that there was like books like How to Survive a Zombie Apocalypse, and I remember one of my friends like seeing this book and just being like, "Oh, it's easy. Get bit, turn into a zombie, kill your friends." And I thought that this episode did that perfectly, and was hilarious. That part was hilarious to me. So, I went with it. I kind of agree with Chris's assessment of the placement of this episode, but I might like it more, even though it's still bad the more times I watch it. I don't know. But yeah, Blackout and Armageddon is was just fun. And then her friend was apologizing to her. Like, she doesn't remember anything. That rarely happens in real life. So, yeah. And then we'll throw it over to you, Kat.
All right. So, when you mentioned Walking Dead, I was wondering where you were going with this. I'll just throw on, I think this harkens back to the very first episode of Walking Dead, or maybe the second one. I think it's the first one. When Morgan is looking through his gun, he's looking through the scope, and he sees his wife in Walking Dead, and she has that sense of familiarity. That's something they completely dropped pretty early on in Walking Dead, but early on they presented the zombies as potentially having some familiarity with their surroundings, some memories, etc., etc. So in that one regard, I thought it kind of mimicked a little bit of this. I don't want to say this was easily predictable, but there was so many things that, I don't know, immediately rang a bell for me, which was her waking up and grabbing a bottle of pills. In a horror movie usually indicates something. That's usually just indicative of something. The static, I know it was 2008 and that was a freaking problem at the time, but once again it was kind of too over the top. The woman on top of the elevator, I don't know, there was enough stuff there, and I can't sit here and say with certainty that the first time I saw it that I predicted it. I really don't remember what I thought the first time seeing it. This is my third time seeing it, I want to say. For better or worse, probably better, I had blacked out the ending. Because right up until the hand-holding, I liked this. Dare I say, this may have been like a top 4 or 5 episode for me of Fear itself. Not the whole series, but just Fear itself. I liked this. I liked a lot of it. I mean, there was a lot of stuff that didn't really work for me. Zombies, alright, in the parking garage, zombies kind of were attacking her, but nobody ever really got her, and she easily got away. When she runs into the officer, there's zombies there, but nobody really seems to bother her. And then the scene with the old couple was if you didn't pick up by then, you had to have picked up during the scene with the couple that she was a zombie, in my opinion. I don't know. The way it was acted just, I don't know, rang too many alarm bells for me. But the fucking hand-holding, that is where I immediately checked out. I paused the thing. Even though I knew it was right at the end, I had to pause that, I had to get up, I had to walk out of the room angry, like I always am when I see that, apparently. I fucking hate that scene, and it ruins everything else. You don't need to have them hold hands. Just don't have the fucking zombies hold hands, okay? Just don't have that, and it's a palatable thing, but because you do this, it just... Fuck, it sucks. So, yeah, just one scene really dropped this probably 5 spots on my list. Not gonna lie.
So, I mean, I'm a big fan of Repo, Virginia Undercover. I don't know if you guys have seen it. But I knew when I saw that Darren Lynn Bousman directed it, we were either going to get a Saw 2 or a Spiral. And this was a Spiral. This wasn't a Saw 2.
Agreed. Which is also bad, but you can have fun with it. I did, anyways.
I did. I mean, I like Chris Rock. I like Samuel Jackson, and some of the killings are pretty brutal. But besides the point, yes, there were worse episodes. There were many better episodes, but at least this was not as bad as Chance. So thank you, Ken, for that small. The only thing that would have been worse would have been if you gave me Chance and Echoes back to back, and then I would have probably never done another podcast with you.
I have so many regrets because I sit there and I go, why did I take Echoes? Why didn't I just, I don't know, take the Spirit Box? Could have been happy, but no. Oh well. This was, this bummed me out because if you think about it, a lot of the directors, and I know we're only halfway through, but a lot of the directors that I had high hopes for, their episodes let me down. And the directors that I didn't have much expectations for, I think they actually were better. It was a weird reversal.
Oh, if you look at some of the ones from season 2, I was well, I'm not expecting much from Anderson or Dickerson, and I was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, so. I feel this carries out throughout, well, as we get to the second half of this, I really feel like the unknowns surprised me way more than the tried and true or established ones. So, oh well. Anybody else got anything more to add to New Year's Day?
We've already said
That's
too much.
So true.
All right. So back-to-back episodes from Chris. Yay. Episode 7, Community, was directed by Mary Herron and it's attributed to Mick Garris and Kelly Kennemer as the writers. It aired July 24th, 2008, and the premise of this is kind of hard to explain, so give me a second, but you have Brandon Routh and Sherry Appleby as Bobby and Tracy, a couple who want to start a family and don't want to do that until they own a home that is not in whatever city they live in, which, you know, their apartment looks amazing. But apparently it's in the bad part of town because they're afraid to start a family there. So they are told by friends of theirs that they applied for a house in a housing project out in the suburbs. Really gorgeous, beautiful place, application only, but they were rejected. So they go to apply, meet Candace, who conducts an interview and explains to them that, you know, if they get accepted, and they choose not to move in, they would probably not be accepted a second time. This community has been engineered to be basically a perfect community. It looks like the equivalent of Green Acres meets the Stepford family. Everything is a mansion. Everybody's polite and friendly. Seems like there's no crime, no problems, what have you. They get accepted, move in, start working on having a family, and are finding that they're having difficulty with it. See some kind of weird and questionable stuff going on. Maybe the kind of stuff where, the neighborhood isn't as idyllic as it seems, until one night when Tracy's asleep, Bobby turns on the TV and he gets live feed from his neighbor's house, of a camera inside their house of what's going on. And they begin to realize that, this is kind of a weird place. One of the clauses in the contract that they signed that they didn't realize states that they have to have a child within 6 months, otherwise they will be kicked out, and their credit will be destroyed by the people that they are renting from. And it goes from there, and we see things go further escalate. The neighbor ends up losing his shit and breaking down in public. Well, and in public at a Christmas party that they're hosting. And apparently his brother is murdered because of this. The people that he was witnessing on TV, apparently the wife had an affair on the husband, so she is placed in a pig mask and put on a stake in the public square, and everybody is supposed to throw vegetables and rotted lettuce and that kind of stuff at her. When Bobby tries to intervene, the police get in, tell him not to, and the woman is like, no, I have to do this in order to alleviate my guilt. And it continues on until the point where Tracy is told by one of her friends that not only can these people destroy your credit, but they have members throughout all levels of government and business and what have you, people who used to live there and have moved on but still follow the precepts of the community. So they begin to get scared, and they talk to their friends, Scott and... I forgot what Scott's wife's name was.
Meryl.
Thank you, Meryl. In an attempt to pull one over and get Tracy out of there. And it backfires spectacularly because I don't know what they were expecting. So Meryl is captured. Bobby seems to be captured, but their neighbor Phil, the one whose brother was murdered, shows up and stabs Candace in the neck and tells Bobby to run away in the middle of the wintertime. Another winter episode. There you go, Kevin. And he's doing a credible job of running away. And we get the weirdest mob chase scene I've ever seen where, normal people, maybe brainwashed and cult-like, but are basically wandering around like zombies carrying hoes and rakes and sticks and shit. And Brandon Routh appears to be the only person in any kind of physical shape in the entire episode. And yet they still manage to keep up with him okay. He fortuitously runs into Tracy and Scott on the road when he gets to it. And apparently, because they have captured Meryl and they have gotten in touch with Scott and Tracy, they say Scott and Meryl will be allowed to move in, forced to move into the community. And Tracy apologizes to Bobby, and she and Scott hold him there to be captured by the pitchfork-wielding townsfolk. And cut to black, and then we see, I forgot, it had to have been several years, but I don't remember the exact period of time that they say have passed. But Tracy is standing outside of a house with her child, kind of filling the Candace role, introducing a new couple to the house that they'll be moving into, and they're like, "Oh, where's your husband?" And she's like, "Oh, he's working," from inside the house. And then we cut up to Brandon Routh, who is now have a really shitty gray dye job done to his hair, and is apparently missing his legs below the knee, so he can't run away anymore. And looking pretty depressed and pissed off, and there we have it. All right, so this is a very mixed bag for me in terms of how I feel about it. There are more things that don't work for me than do, but I really enjoyed the ending. So that kind of redeemed it for me in one sense. I don't like, part of it is the stakes seem so low for a good portion of it. Like, this place is sketchy as all hell, and yet the reason that they stay there is because their credit is going to be ruined. I mean, I don't know. like I've seen people come back from declaring bankruptcy, so I guess your mood may vary. Before this episode, I would have said that the worst character in all of the seasons that we have seen was Box from Dance of the Dead. But Tracy in this episode takes the cake as being the most annoying fucking character in the entire series. Like, this bitch is fucking toxic. She's like the worst wife I've ever seen. Like, they can barely afford it in the first place, and she's like, "Oh, we need to move in. I'm not gonna try to work to having a family until we move in." And it just goes from there. Like, I'm not doing a good example of how much of a pain in the ass character she is.
No, your voice imitation was good.
Okay, thank you.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to shit on it because, like, I have a feeling that this was not an episode that was written for me specifically, and I did like the ending. I don't like, once I found out that people were videotaping inside my house, and that any of my neighbors could watch it whenever they felt like it. I would have been like, fuck, not no, but fuck no, and taken the repercussions and checked out. Like, one of the questions I had, and maybe you guys can answer for me, maybe you can't, is apparently when they were living in the apartment, Bobby had a commute to work. Tracy probably did too, but that's never established. But they're able to move an hour and a half away, and Bobby's now able to work from home with no issue, instead of having to commute, like an hour and a half back and forth to work. So I found that interesting and questionable.
I wondered if they gave him a job and they just didn't give that scene? Because it's a perfectly viable question. Yeah. That's the only solution, right? Is that they gave him a job in the community?
I mean, I guess, there were jobs where you could work from home in 2008, but the fact that, like, he didn't, and now he does when he's further away from where he used to live, I don't know, that just bothered me a little bit, but not enough to, like, tank my rating of this episode. It was just, like one of those questions, like you say, that you see and it sticks in your mind.
Perks of living in the community?
Yeah, there you go. Like, again, like, if the ending for this one hadn't hit as well as it did for me, it would have been significantly lower in my ranking. But I liked the ending decently enough that it saved it from being, like, bottom 3 for me. But I found it surprising, like when I said I asked you which one you had thought would have been in the top 5, that this was the one you told me. Because as soon as I saw that, I knew we were going to have significantly different lists from each other for this season. But, I mean, yeah, I don't really think there's too much more to go in. Like, this was one of the ones that I think would not necessarily have been better to be a Master of Horror episode. I don't think that having more... I mean, there probably would have been nudity, but I don't think that it would necessarily have made it a better episode, and I don't really see how you can get much more gore without changing the story. So I think this is the type of episode that worked well for Fear itself.
Yeah.
Maybe if it had more time at the end, and we would have at least saw Superman get his legs cut off.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think this is definitely one of the ones where I felt like 20 more minutes would have really elevated the episode.
Yeah, this one didn't work for me. I'm gonna say it straight up. I think I'm confused by the ending. So did she have a baby with that other guy that he, like, watches on the TV, that his wife is, like, with this other dude, right? And they have the kid.
No.
Right? Okay, because I was trying to listen to the end, because I felt like I was, like, missing something. And, like, I got that, but, yeah, so...
No, apparently at this point, at the very end, he's just a baby maker for her.
Oh, so it's his baby?
Yeah.
Oh, because I thought that she got pregnant with some other dude so she could stay in the place and was going to claim that it was his baby. And I thought that, like, maybe one of the things I was missing is that they were trying to have a kid, but he was sterile or something. And so she had a kid with somebody else, but, like, it wasn't explained to me. And I thought maybe they were trying to explain that in that final scene, that, like, she actually banged somebody else so she could live in the community, which I would think that would actually work for her character. So, I don't know. The overstepping boundaries and punishing adultery with public shaming. I liked about half of this episode, but I think being confused with the end, and it had, like, a feeling... It reminded me of the movie Sliver and, like, The Crucible. Or no, The Scarlet Letter. They're both kind of the same, right?
Yeah.
And... Yeah, and I really like American Psycho and the Notorious Betty Page from Mary Harron, or however you pronounce that. I thought it didn't work for me, but I do think it had a lot of promise, and it might be another one that I might enjoy more the second time, with more of, like, after soaking it all in. Yeah, so I'll just leave it at that.
Alright, so out of any episode of Fear itself that I've shown friends, this is the one I've shown most often. I am a huge fan of this, obviously. Kevin, when you mention movies, you're missing the obvious ones. If you want to say influences, you go Stepford Wives. You can go with any episode or formation of The Lottery, Shirley Jackson's The Lottery, and, of course, Get Out. This is why I say Get Out is not the masterpiece that everybody thinks that it is, because what the fuck? Like, this is basically a similar idea. There's nothing... Get Out introduces race. It's not like it's a bad movie, but I mean, we've seen this thing before, okay? Like, this has always been my gripe with people that think that Get Out's like such an ingenious fucking movie. It's a tale kind of told many times, many ways, okay? And that's what Community is. And I love these type of stories with creepy community, creepy towns, whatever. Even, fucking Wicker Man, for example. Did they handle this as well as other examples? No. But, with that being said, it was a 42, 43 minute whatever. I liked it a lot. My notes, so as not to be too redundant compared to what you guys offered, I will say that Phil was the hero of this whole thing, and Phil was awesome. I do wonder how many days before they actually turned on the TV, because it seemed like everybody in the community got the same, channel. Everybody could watch when something was going on. So, did they just not watch TV for the first however many weeks or months and not know that, there was cameras around? Because that's what we're kind of led to believe, and that's kind of
hey,
a shitty hole.
That's the only thing we need. If we only had a TV guide channel that would tell us what's on channel 17 for us.
Exactly. Then my next question is, if everybody gets this channel on every TV, and we're definitely led to believe that you watch people try to conceive babies, that tells me that kids can watch their neighbors fucking. And that's a really weird standard that this showed us, in my opinion. Just throw that out there.
I would never masturbate again if that was the case.
I would masturbate twice as often because of this.
Oh yeah, watching your neighbors. That's
yeah.
watching. What's his face? His wife bang somebody else.
And, like, if two couples were having a domestic dispute, did you get picture-in-picture? Did you get split screen? Like, I have questions about this. Who's running, like, is it, like, I don't know, like, is it public access? Like, is there somebody, like, at a TV studio monitoring all this, like, changing the feed depending on what was interesting? I wish we could have seen what the TV studio was.
Dude, are they saving the recording? Because, I mean, like... Like, we have live 24/7 stuff at my job, right? But it only saves, like, 5 seconds after an alarm goes off, before and after. So, right. Like, are they just saving 24-hour streaming in every single house? I mean, the same thing is, like, they had cameras in the house. They have cameras in the street. They have cameras in the, like... That's a lot of, like, yeah, like you said, that one guy whose whole job is just to watch the cameras. He's like, fuck, how do I know which one do I focus on?
There's got to be, like, well over 100, I mean, based on how many people we see, well over 100 cameras that he's got to monitor. And this is before, like, people were saving to, SD drives and stuff. Like, you were most likely saving it to a hard drive and immediately saving it to, like, a CD or... Well, no, you'd have DVD-Rs at that point. But still, that's just a fucking mess. That's like a 17-person job. Maybe that's the job that Brandon Routh has. I don't know. Just the thought.
I was going to say that, because it ends with him watching...
Right.
Be like, I don't know. Should I show this to, the house down the street? Like... My ex-wife being happy with her new family.
Yeah, I don't know. I have questions. And so then here's my next question. Like, we get why Sandra was in the pig mask. What did the little girl do? Was the little girl that was getting picked out by the kids, was she also a skank at, like, 7 years old? Like, they didn't establish what the little girl did. She's wearing the pig mask.
I don't think she did anything. I think the whole idea was just that, like, the kids see what the adults are doing, and, like, you know, so they want to pretend that, like, this is a great community, but, you know, you're passing on shit like that to, you know,
you're
children.
creating monsters.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the game. Yeah, I actually thought that the girl in the pig mask was, like, very complicit.
Right.
But she didn't know any better. And they're like, oh, this is what we do in town, you know? Like cowboys and Indians.
Right. This may be a dark thought here, but I don't know. I couldn't help but when I see Brandon Routh in the end in a wheelchair and then think of Christopher Reeves in a wheelchair. I don't know.
That is pretty dark, you fucker.
I'm just saying, like, probably...
No, I thought... It crossed my mind.
Okay, thank you. I'm not the only one. Thank you.
So my question is, if they put the woman who cheated in a pig's mask, what do they do to the guy?
Put him in a hot dog outfit.
I mean, is he part of the pork sausage that's now being...
Maybe he's a rooster? I don't know.
Cock of the walk?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Like, I could have watched 10 hours of this and just get all the dark secrets and the ins and outs. Like, this would have made a fascinating TV, like, mini-series to me. Like, to go further in depth into the crazy bullshit beliefs of this whole place. I would absolutely have ate it up. I don't know. I would have. I mean, we were talking about a community where if you're going to go on a hunt, all you need is a flashlight, an angry dog, and, like, broom, golf club, hockey stick, a push broom. Like, there's different kinds of brooms you can use for the hunt, keep in mind. It was great. And then all right, here's a question. How far out do these cameras go? Because, all right, the ending. So Bobby gets to the road, and Tracy and Scott are there, but that's not within the commons. So it's off the commons grounds. How did they know to meet him there? I don't think they ever established that he was supposed to get picked up by them. So are they monitoring the highway, like, or is that just the biggest coincidence? Any thoughts on this?
No.
I was pretty checked out.
Yeah, I mean...
I really didn't care that much for this episode. But I do like the conversation, but I was really confused by the end, and, like, so stuff leading up to it didn't really... Yeah.
I mean, I have a feeling they just knew, you know, like, it's definitely implied that this is not the first escape attempt.
Yeah. And to, you know, go along with you, Chris, yes, Tracy is probably the trashiest person in a series with cannibals and people that have killed 30-some people and every other trashy thing in this world. A girl with a head hanging out of her head. No, Tracy is the absolute worst of the fucking worst. And this really is the true lesson. Guys, don't think with your dicks. Because this is what happens. You lose your fucking legs. That's the moral.
Yeah, I think she has, like, the shittiest motives out of anyone, and all she really wants to do is be a mom and have kids. How does that work?
It makes me wonder, like, I would have liked to have had a scene where we established her parents and what type of people they were. I mean, because she calls her parents for a quick moment, but we don't know anything about them. And that may have helped establish her a little better, maybe. I don't know. She just seems like a spoiled brat that just got everything that she wanted, and Bobby was a jackass for going along with it. Great stuff.
Props to her performance, though, because she really did make me not like her, and I think that's...
Yeah.
But, like, it wasn't, like, an over-the-top... I don't know. It was really well done, I will say.
Yeah.
Now that we all agree on how terrible Tracy is.
Toxic.
Who's the actress?
Sherry Appleby.
Okay, Sherry Appleby. Respect.
She was in the 13th floor.
Yeah.
So
I haven't seen that in a while.
I did look her up.
All right. Do we have anything more to add about... Well, one of my favorites and one of you guys' lowest rated episodes.
And that would be me. Episode 8. We're good to go on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Episode 8, originally aired July 31st, 2008. Skin and Bones, written by Drew McWeeny and Rebecca Swan. Directed by Kent's boy, Larry Fessenden. Sorry. We'll do that again. Larry Fessenden. Did I get that right, Kent?
You did.
Okay. Known from the ABCs of Death, 2, director, and Wendigo.
Okay, I just want to throw out a few other things he's done.
Sure.
Session 9, Cabin Fever 2, Vanishing on 7th Street with Hayden Christensen and John Leguizamo. Stakeland, Hypothermia, filmed on the Sacandaga Lake with Michael Rooker. You're Next, We Are What We Are, Jugface, We Are Still Here, Pod, Carnage Park, Darling, and he also was involved in 2 video games, Until Dawn and the Dark Pictures Man of Medan. He was a writer on them. He's the whole fucking package, man.
Yeah, he's a writer, director. He was an actor for most of those things you mentioned.
Yes,
okay?
and
did he direct Stakeland?
no, I don't think he directed it. I just got his like a collection. It was on sale a couple months ago of like the best of Larry Fessenden stuff that he directed, and I have to say it's not a great collection. Regrettably, it doesn't have Wendigo, so I still haven't seen Wendigo, unfortunately.
Yeah, that one makes me really curious, especially about this episode. This is the last episode to air before being put on hiatus for the Summer Olympics, then eventually being canceled before airing the remaining 5 episodes. I wonder if they got the. I find it hilarious that you say that there was a writer's strike, and even through a writer's strike, they couldn't get this whole season up. Like they're like, nah, we'd rather just have dead air, or reruns or whatever. And I don't think this show is that bad. For NBC, for network television, this has got to be like one of the better things for horror, anyways, for network. In 2008, anyways. So, anyways. A cattle herder's family notices that he was changed when he returns after being lost in the woods for days. Grady, played by Doug Jones, known for Hellboy and The Shape of Water, is this starving, frostbitten cattle rancher that's been out for 10 days and has only to return from a hunting party, which one of his sons tries to feed him something, and then he knocks the tray over and licks his wife's arm and says it tastes good. Then later we find a horse mysteriously slaughtered. Eddie Bear, a Native American that lives with the family, tells a story to Grady's brother about a Wendigo that possessed his brother and sees the same with Grady. Also, that Grady is a lot stronger than he seems. Grady's wife didn't wait too long before. At the time, I thought this was Grady's brother, Rowdy, but I guess this is probably going on before the 10 days, because I kind of wrote this during the episode. But they were getting together, and the son calls it out with Rowdy. And with a name like that, I really don't blame Elena. Doug Jones is so hungry in this he could eat an Eddie Bear. Without the horror, this is just a bland family melodrama of a ranch thrown and possessed Doug Jones, and it was pretty entertaining. There's a lot more that happens at the end. I thought the performances were good. I wish I wrote down who played Elena. She was pretty good in this. This was kind of a fun, very winter episode, and another cannibalism, and even a forced cannibalism scene. I think this had a director's cut, so I'm not sure what you guys, what version you got of the Grady making his wife eat. Was it Rowdy?
Yeah, she cut him up, and then she eats it to buy time for Derek, because for some reason they're locking the gun cabinet in a house that is just full of mounted animal heads. Like, why are you locking the fucking cabinet? Everybody in that house is very well equipped to handle guns, I feel, right? And nobody's going up and trespassing, breaking in to steal a gun, so why is there a lock?
Gun safety is the most important of Fear itself. In 2008, they were like, we see a change. Is this when Obama got elected?
They're like 16 years from now when Kevin and Chris go to talk about this. Gun safety is going to be paramount on everybody's minds.
Did the NRA fund this? Like, we get spooked and then we get this. Come on.
Oh no! If the NRA funded this, there wouldn't have been a lock on the cabinet.
There would have been no locks on the door. The opposite. Very NBC. Very blue. You guys like the episode, or?
I'll go Kent. I really enjoyed this one. Like as Kent alluded to, if you look at Larry Fessenden's directorial career, it is not the greatest. But if you look at his writing, it's actually pretty decent. I'm middle of the page on his acting performances, but yeah, this was one of my favorite episodes of the season. This is also another one that I think would have done superbly well as a Master of Horror episode. We definitely would have gotten more gore. There probably would have been some tits in there somewhere. Maybe Grady would have been eating breasts. I don't know. But, they did a really decent job with the special effects for what they had. I just don't think it was enough. But as Kent also alluded to at the very beginning of this episode, this is one of those ones where like it ends and it's just done. So yeah, it's a super abrupt ending. But for what it is, I mean, the performances were good, the special effects were good. I liked the cinematography, except for the fact that like they're talking like how Grady is out in this horrific storm, and then like they're outside and there's no storm anywhere that you can see in any of the distances. So I thought that took me out of it a little bit. But outside of that, pretty good episode. I really like the scene between Grady and Eddie Bear. Like, I thought that was really well done.
So this is unquestionably, looking at numbers, this was our favorite overall. Combined. We all rated this very well. And it's, even if none of us have this as our favorite episode, but we all have it very high, we all seem to really enjoy it. And it was paced well, it was acted fairly well, had cool moments, it looked good. I have never seen Pan's Labyrinth, but Doug Jones plays like two of the, I don't know, iconic characters from that, and he was also like Silver Surfer in the second Fantastic Four movie. So Doug Jones, man, he's the man. One of the things aside from the gun locks that just kind of eats away at me is in an episode about cannibalism is at one point Elena gets cut, and it's a deep cut, and Derek is super worried about this cut. Meanwhile, their Wendigo dad with creepy powers is just hunting down his younger brother, and like he's just like, "Mom, are you okay? Mom, are you?" Like, he is so worried about this cut on his mom's arm and not worried that his younger brother is basically going to get killed. Like, he is getting fucking hunted down. And
I mean, I feel that like the younger brother might have had like some, like maybe autism issues,
Yes.
and like at that point, Derek is like fucking fed up with it. He's like, "Go eat him. I don't want to deal with this shit anymore."
It would just be a lot easier on Derek.
Do you think he was in love with his mom? Because he was pretty pissed about
He
Rowdy.
was pretty pissed, and I mean, probably Derek didn't get to chase a lot of tails, so maybe Mick Garris did
I
write
find
this,
it-
and he had a little Sleepwalkers thing going.
I find it funny that like he is so against Rowdy, like hooking up with his mom, and then like he finds out that he's his dad, and he's like, "Oh, he's dead.
Yeah.
Who cares?"
He's not really her uncle. Like, it was just like a weird throwaway line almost, but changed the entire perspective for me.
I like that we have Derek and Tim, two very normal names, but the generation before them is Grady and Rowdy. Like, that's a nice division of name quality. And then Eddie Bear, of course. And obviously, if this was Masters of Horror, we would have gotten to see Eddie Bear's bare chest. I'm certain of it. I did like how Grady looked with the frostbite. I don't know. I feel like one of you already mentioned this, but really, once again, it's the whole cannibalist with the teeth thing. Like, somebody needs to come along and just make like a cannibal movie where the cannibal is really good about his dental hygiene. That's the next evolution in cannibalism horror, in my opinion. Like, maybe make him a dentist. There you go. I just that's an idea that'll make thousands, maybe hundreds of dollars. So there you go. I don't have a whole lot to say, despite like really liking this. It's just it was a well done. There's more pros than there are cons, and I feel most episodes that we've talked about, we have nitpicked the shit out of so many things. There wasn't a ton to really nitpick here. So maybe that's what makes it so good. I don't know. Anything else, guys?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No.
Well, then that makes me next with it's called Something with a Bite, and this aired January 3rd, 2009. When I was doing these reviews, I thought these all aired one after the other. I forgot that there was this huge thing, so I had to go back and edit all my reviews to reflect 2009, which, whatever. This is to...
That was only in Hungary, though, right? It wasn't aired in the United States until it was released on DVD.
That sounds accurate.
Yeah, because I was looking it up, and I looked further. Not sorry to cut you off, but I just want to say, but I'm sure it was it played in Hungary at the beginning of January because content.
Yeah, and I think I've only seen these last 5 once a piece, and that's when I bought the actual DVD set. So that all makes sense to me. Anyway, Ernest Dickerson, he's back. He was the guy that directed Tales from the Crypt Demon Knight, but he also directed Masters of Horror, The V Word, which we all pretty much agreed was lackluster at best at most of that, despite Michael Ironside. So I expected this to be trash. Honestly, I really had no... I don't know, I didn't have any hope for this. And it has a good cast. Wendell Pierce, he was in The Wire. We talked about that earlier. Paula J. Parker, she was in Friday. George Buza, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. He was the voice of Beast in the original X-Men animated series from the 90s on Fox, which they just brought back X-Men 97 on Disney Plus, and that is a treat. Anyway, with that being said, basically, we have a werewolf story. I mean, I don't really... I could drag this out, but the reality is, we have a veterinarian who is funny. Like, I find this guy delightful. His wife is delightful. They're good on-screen couple. Their son's name, I want to say, is Oliver. He's also charming. Like, they have a good dynamic on screen. Wilbur, the father, he gets so engaged in TV, he lets all the jelly from his jelly donut just drip on his white shirt, and then he just tries cleaning it but smudges it. I don't know. Like, it's not super funny, but it's played enough for humor that I found it, I don't know. I liked it. It had some levity to an otherwise pretty dark season. Anyway, we have Wilbur, the veterinarian. We have his, I don't know what she is. She's a nurse or whatever in the vet office. Her name is Michaela. And they also work with a guy named Jeff, but he never comes to work, and he eventually gets killed. Anyway, a trucker comes in with this animal that they don't know what the fuck it is. He hit it, but then it's like kind of alive, then it dies, and then we have an old couple, Crane and Moonflower Dugdale, and they want their son, their pet. And Wilbur's like, oh, I'm not supposed to give people back an animal this big, but what the hell? And anyway, Wilbur, he got bit at some point. He becomes a werewolf. There's some killings. We're kind of led to believe that Wilbur's the one doing the killings. But is he or isn't he? Well, he's not. Until whatever. Anyway, Jeff gets got. I don't even remember who else gets got. There was other people that get got, though. And the werewolf stuff looked okay. Like, it wasn't great, but I thought it looked pretty good for this series. I'll admit I was a little devastated when Michaela got assaulted, but she survived, and I was happy for Michaela. Trying to think of what else happened. We find out that the Dugdales, they're werewolves. They've learned how to cope with it. So, at the end, everybody sits down for a family dinner, and then Wilbur bites his wife so she can become a werewolf, and all's well that ends well. This was kind of played very lighthearted, which I was completely good with. This was not scary in any way. It was just levity and a little bit of fun. Actually had some decent music, I thought. Some of the stuff looked good. Some of it looked a little ridiculous, but whatever. It all kind of worked for me. At the end of the day, I would just say that I had a lot of fun with it, more than anything else. So, I don't know, did you guys at least have fun with this, or did you find it just utterly stupid? Kevin, what do you say?
Yeah, it was like a fun monster movie in like a whodunit, but not like very serious. It's hard to watch it and not think of American Werewolf in London meets The Deer Woman, of all people. I guess maybe with the way they were like shooting the werewolf kills, like, they were kind of like off camera. And yeah, it was fun. It was bee cheese, but in a really great way. I think that's where I kind of, though I didn't like it as much as The Deer Woman, I liked how much fun they were having. And the serial killer faux wolf thing reminded me of Hannibal a little bit. And I thought it was a decent twist where it almost didn't need one. And I kind of liked that, that the person we like, the bunk, Wendell Pierce, is actually, Wilbur there, is not just some like uncontrollable monster like most werewolf stories are. So I thought it was just a nice touch and made it a little, I don't know. It was charming and cheesy,
I will say I also really liked Paula J. Parker as Patty. Like, if she was my wife, I would not be falling asleep on the fucking bed, even if I had just been bitten by a werewolf when she was trying to get busy with me. I'm just saying. So yeah, that definitely would have benefited from being in a Master of Horrors episode. But you know, like one of the things that Kevin alluded to is like I like the fact that it wasn't like all werewolves are fucking evil, and he just turns into a ravening murder machine. And definitely I saw this and I was like, I wonder if like Brian Fuller saw this episode before he did that one in Hannibal, with the guy's suit.
It definitely felt like he kind of stole or borrowed from it. Absolutely.
And so I thought that was an interesting twist. Like the only thing I can say negative about this was just like I liked Wilbur when he was like, I don't want to say klutzy, but kind of like nerdy Wilbur. And like some of the mannerisms that he played him as when he started to become confident, like the whole like licking his lips shit. Like I was like, what the fuck is going on with that? That does not strike me as confident. It doesn't strike me as hungry. It just strikes me as weird. And then like the whole like seduction thing with Michaela, I'm like, where is this going? Like, is this just his libido, or is this, what? And then you turn around and fucking yell at her the next scene. But overall, to go from Dickerson giving us the worst vampire episode, and maybe one of the worst vampire things I've ever seen, to giving us a pretty decent werewolf story, I'll take as an upgrade over season 2.
Definitely a redemption for the V word.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like every season needed at least one a kind of episode with some levity, and this delivered in its own way. So, yeah, I was happy. So, all right. With that being said, we can move on. And
Alrighty, back for episode 10 of Fear Itself. Chance. Alright, so Chance is a kind of a schlubby, down on his luck guy. Apparently he doesn't like to hold a job, but he is going to get the big score that he and Jackie need to be able to stay in their apartment because they're 3 months behind on their rent, and their landlord said today is the last day they have. So he's going to get so much cash that they're never going to have to worry about things again. So Jackie's like, oh, well, we'll see if it happens. And she takes off to go to work, and Chance grabs a vase, or I don't remember, fucking something, ceramic and small, out of a box that he had it in, and heads over to go see Walter Markham at a, antique shop. Markham's like, hey, I'm about ready to go on vacation. Can I meet with you next week? And Chance's like, no, you told me if I got the thing, you could pay me today. So Markham lets him inside. He goes up. Chance gives him the vase. And Markham tells him it's worth a fraction of what he told him it was going to be worth at a party, because there's a sign on it that says shows that it was made 300 years later than what it actually was. And Chance is like dumbstruck and like, no, you promised. And Walter's like, dude, we just had a conversation. There was no promise. He's like, it's worth what it's worth. And so over the course of a heated conversation that escalates, Chance loses his shit and ends up hitting Markham. They get into a fight. And apparently Chance kills Markham. Only now he's shitting himself because, as he looked into a mirror that was to the left of the desk that Markham was at while they were speaking, he saw a version of himself that looked like maybe a little more confident version of him, moving in a way that he wasn't moving. Now he sees that guy walking around the store, but can't actually catch up to him. And now he's got to try to figure out how to lie to Tracy, clean up the apparent murder of Walter, and try to find some money in this place. And over the course of the episode, things just continually get worse and worse. Chance eventually starts talking to his doppelganger, who is apparently a smarter, more successful, and more confident version of himself. As he attempts to clean up the shop, he takes too long, and a security guard shows up after the alarm company calls when a fire alarm goes off. And he murders the security guard. Turns out Walter also wasn't dead, but he murders him as well. Walter's wife eventually comes home. He murders her, and we actually get the closest to a titty shot that we get in the entire series in this episode while she's in the shower. Chance apparently can't find money or figure out what's worth selling from the store either, so he doesn't bother stealing anything. He wraps the bodies up in carpets and throws them in a dumpster out back without doing anything to remove any of his DNA from any of that stuff. Goes home, can't explain to Jackie.
Do you hate Jackie that much that you keep calling her Tracy?
I don't know what it is. But ends up murdering her as well. The police show up, and we realize that it wasn't doppelganger Chance, it was just Chance who had a split personality kind of mental break with reality and is now going to jail for all of his crimes. So this tried to be like a bottle drama episode and didn't really work. It's basically just a psychological drama with, what tried to show to be like a twinge of mysticism, which didn't actually turn out to be real. The director was John Dahl. One of the writers was Rick Dahl, so I'm assuming they're related, and that's probably, why he's directing this particular episode. I've liked Ethan Embry in a lot of stuff. Like he was really good in the first episode of Masters of Horror, playing a dick, but, being in it. I liked him in The Devil's Candy. I liked him in a lot of his older stuff. He's kind of dwindled as he's gotten older, but he can turn in a decent performance, and he does okay here. It's not horrible, but it's not great. I like Vondy Curtis Hall a lot. I liked him in Daredevil. I just saw him in Justified City Primeval. He was really good in that. He's good in this, probably the best part of this. Overall, it's just that the plot is stupid. It's slow. It's plotting. There's not a lot of tension, and when it does ratchet up, it only happens because every decision Chance makes is the worst decision possible. There's not a lot of horror. It just kind of goes on and on and on and on, and then finally ends. And even the ending doesn't really have a lot of denouement. And I've already talked about it more than I wanted to. So, Kent, what did you think?
Well, I want to ask two questions. All right, first, did Walter and the other guy actually conspire to rip him off, or is Chance just the biggest bitch in the world?
Oh, no. It was definitely a con.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get this guy to... I mean, not only does Chance buy the thing for, what, $15,000 from the guy?
15 or 20, yeah.
Or 20,000 from it, and then he's going to take a loss on it when he sells it back for 20, and then they're going to be able to just repeat the thing over and over again. So yeah, he's a dumbass, and he got conned. And I don't get, I've just made many discussions with people, but unless something's written down, I wouldn't trust somebody with a handshake to give me $40,000
from a random encounter at a party. No,
exactly. Yeah.
Also, towards the end, he has that one vision where everything worked out. You get paid and everything, and I was wondering if that was doppelganger chance actually existed and that was his reality. But now I think I'm just trying to make things better than it really is. This all sucked. Also, good on Walter for getting that woman of his. Props to him. I guess my main focus here that I want to bring to you guys is that, much like Chris, I like Ethan Embry. I'm a fan. For all the reasons, and even his episode of Walking Dead, But as I'm watching this, I'm like, wait a second. This feels awfully familiar in some way. And then I realized I've only watched a couple episodes of the newest version of the Twilight Zone, the Jordan Peele Twilight Zone, if you will. And I want to read to you the description of Ethan Embry's only Twilight Zone episode where he's the star, and just, let me know what you think here. IMDb's description: aspiring actor Harry Pine can't get a break in his profession or in his personal life. He finally decided to rob a bank to get the money he needs to pay his bills, and discovers he has the power to swap bodies with anyone he makes eye contact with. Harry jumps from body to body trying to keep his ill-gotten gains, but a police detective is hot on his trail. So quintessentially, we have Ethan Embry playing a guy that can't keep a job, and then he has multiple people that he's playing. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't have anything to really add to the discussion, quite frankly. This sucked. This bored the shit out of me, and
Yeah, I mean, I would say that that's like the worst insult you can get, is that it was just fucking boring.
Like, I don't know. It got to a point where I was kind of kept checking my phone. If you're into something, you rarely check your phone unless you're like, I know that person, but I can't remember from where. That's about the only time I check my phone during a movie that I like. But if I'm bored, oh yeah, checking that phone quite often. So, with that being said, I know that Kevin has a differing opinion to ours, so I would love to hear it.
Yeah, I didn't hate it so much, but I thought Ethan Embry was pretty solid in this, playing the two versions. I do wish that Vonnie Curtis Hall had more in this to do, as I was excited that when I saw his name in the credits. He also directed, and I believe he wrote, but he starred in Gridlocked with Tupac Shakur and Tim Roth, which is like another down-and-out criminal but junky 90s classic, in my opinion. John Dahl, I'm a fan of. He directed, I think he did a good job with this, but this is more like a John Dahl movie than, I don't know, like if you took all the horror elements out of it and the doppelgangers, which turns out to be non-existent for the most part. But he did Joyride, which is like the closest thing that he did to horror. I don't know if I it's kind of like a horror movie, but horror adjacent. Yeah. It's got like that kind of element to it, but I love Red Rock West and Kill Me Again and The Last Seduction. He also did Rounders, so he kind of does these like noir crime films. And I don't want to say this is a great example of horror noir, but this is like an example of it, Kent. So like it's like crime film, which usually follows, usually someone outside of the law or a criminal or, some sort of like anti-hero. And I actually like believe all of that stuff or it is sort of believable, because I used to watch all of these like films in the 90s, especially like from 95 to 96, 97. After Quentin Tarantino made it huge with Pulp Fiction, they started just all these indie studios put out all these movies that were probably already made. One of them with Eric Roberts' The Immortals. There was like The Wild Side with Christopher Walken, which is kind of bonkers, and Anne Heche. I watched all these bad anything that had guns on the title and at the video store. So this was kind of the things that I watched a lot as a teenager, and I kind of thought that this was very cheesy, but then when I kind of took myself out of it and put myself more into like being 13, 14, or 15 and like seeing this, this would have been something that my dad would have watched with me because he would have known that it was for TV and it wouldn't have, he probably still would have had me close my eyes for the almost boobies, but I feel like the problem is that it's supposed to have the same age demographic as Masters of Horror, but it's a PG-13 Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde noir story. That, if it was a movie, it wouldn't have any of this horror stuff made in 1997, and it would just be like a middle of the road kind of crime film, like The Last Days of Frankie the Fly, something like that. And I do think that there are people out there that are like this Ethan Embry character, like down and out and do these dumb moves that really, I don't know, are just enough to keep you still in the game, scrounging for more. Yeah, I didn't hate it. I think this is a middle of the road one for me.
Yeah, the acting wasn't the problem here. I want to definitely say that. It definitely wasn't the
I want to, I really want to say that every single episode in this show, because it's season, show, whatever you want to call it, it's the scripts. The scripts were the ones that were bad. It was all the scripts. It wasn't ever the performances. It was never the cinematography. It was never, it was all in the writing. If the shoe fits.
Fair enough. All right. Can we move on?
Yeah. Are we episode 11?
Yep.
That's me, right?
No, you're 11. I'm lucky 12.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so episode 11, was unaired. The Spirit Box, directed by Rob Schmidt, written by Joe Gangami. Two high school girls, Shelby, played by Anna Kendrick, and Becca, played by Jessica Parker Kennedy, make a spirit box, aka a Ouija board, on Halloween, which is a pizza box and a flip phone and some newspaper letters, and they communicate with a spirit, which is a fellow student who supposedly committed suicide. The character being Emily D'Angelo. She says that she was murdered, but doesn't say who. The two girls start their own investigation, and strange things start to happen. Someone is watching Shelby swim at the school, and a hand tries to pull her into the lake at night. Normal pretty girl stuff in high school, Shelby's dad is the sheriff, played by Martin Donovan, who starred in Rob Schmidt's episode Right to Die in Masters of Horror Season 2. And she sneaks some investigative reports, crime files from her dad for Emily's crime scene after Shelby is being followed by a person in a eyes wide shut bird mask and like a giant hooded winter jacket from the school pool to a bathroom stall. She receives a note that says, "Let the dead sleep in peace." The two girls go to Emily's grave and do another spirit box seance, asking who murdered her. They get a message that seems to point towards their PE teacher, Mr. Drake, played by Mark Pellegrino. I would say most famously Jacob from Lost, and also played Rita's ex-husband in season 1
He was
of
also
Dexter.
one of Jackie Treehorn's thugs in Big Lebowski.
He was, yes.
He was also Lucifer in Supernatural.
Oh, I didn't see that, but I did notice that. I watched all of the Coen brothers movies recently, and I was like, oh, that guy. And then I watched this, and I was like, Mark Pellegrino, who was pretty good in this. So, anyways, where am I? So there's so there's a DVD when Shelby is looking through Mr. Drake's drawer because they're trying to find the sleeping pills, the prescription sleeping pills that was in Emily's system that they found from the crime scene files from Shelby's dad. So the DVD in that drawer was Wrong Turn, directed by Rob Schmidt. I did a little investigating, and it's just the back of it, and if you pause it, you can't really see it. I don't know if you guys know that. Okay, yeah, so she finds the DVD in there, and I either figured it was probably Rob Schmidt's Masters of Horror episode, on the single DVD, but it was Wrong Turn. I looked up the backs of the cases, so it was a little Easter egg. Wrong Turn 2003, because I think there's a couple wrong turns. Anyways, overall, I thought this had a great twist, and by the end, it sort of felt like a creep show segment, and kind of started out as a teen horror, I want to say sitcom, but like a teen horror hour show for like network. I really like this episode. What'd you guys think?
Yeah, this was one of my favorite episodes of the season. I really liked it as well. I was not expecting to. I mean, it's kind of been done to death, between Ouija, what was that, Witchboard back in the 80s, shit like that. But they did a really decent job. The special effects were nothing special, but they weren't poorly done either. Yeah, like you said, Mark Pellegrino played a really credible, gross ass, I don't want to say child molester, but that's effectively what he was, even for teenage girls.
Groomer, for sure.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, for sure, yeah. Martin Donovan was maybe a little underutilized here, but I remember the first thing I saw Anna Kendrick in was Twilight, where she was just like a side character, and I was kind of surprised when she took off a little bit before Kristen Stewart did. Kristen Stewart has gone on her own way, and definitely blossomed since then, but. If you remember, Pitch Perfect, I think came out before, this legitimate actress side of Kristen Stewart came out. But, now seeing this, I can understand why people already had, Anna Kendrick on their radar, even back then. Yeah, I really liked it a lot. I didn't realize that Schmidt did it, but, Right to Die ended up being one of my surprises from season 2, and this one was one of my surprises from season 3. From episode 10 to episode 12, episode 11 is the peak in that fucking 3-episode arc.
Yeah, it really is. I guess... Aside from saying that, I really did enjoy this. This was actually one of the... I felt this and Sacrifice were my two hardest ones to really figure out a true spot on my list, because I liked them. I just didn't know how much I liked them. But this was definitely a positive experience. But one that left me... As I'm watching, I had so many questions, and when I have enough questions, I have to kind of pause and be like... All right, what am I missing here? Type thing. So a few things. When Shelby's looking through the drawers that Kevin was alluding to, she's going through so fast. There's a few different times where I'm clearly just thinking, well, why don't you look in that little travel bag to see if there's pills in that? But they did it so fast that she's just overlooking these obvious hiding spots just so they can get to the point of her finding the bottle. And I don't know, she was just kind of clumsy with that whole thing. Like, it was just kind of poorly written for her to just skip over very obvious hiding places, I guess. Like, I don't know, if I will hide meds, for example, I would have put them like in a bag inside the drawer. I don't know.
But doesn't it work with the end twist?
It
Because it was put there for her to find?
It does, and, you know, that, once again, I guess that's kind of my point, is when there's enough questions I'm like, that doesn't make sense, then I'm like, well, it's obviously going someplace else, right? Honestly, I kind of thought I thought the dad was going to end up being the killer early on, because I really liked him so much in Right to Die. I thought he was going to have this bigger, more substantial role, and in the end, he really just, he was there, but they really could have had anybody. Like, he wasn't bad, but he didn't add any substance to that. There was nothing remarkable about that role, unfortunately.
It was like getting Michael Ironside to play the vampire in the V Word. You know, you got a name,
Right.
You know, Martin Donovan's not as big a name, obviously, but you know, it could have been filled by anybody, and it really would have been the same part.
Right. So, to go back to the whole meds in the drawer thing, and this is actually where I stopped it and paused it for a second, was when Becca calls the cops because, you know, it's 2008 and, you know, you lose cell phone signal really quickly and easily, because you gotta love that era of storytelling. I'm sitting there going, why the fuck would Becca call the cops? It made no sense. And I think that was like the actual point in the story where, I don't know, I kind of had my aha moment. Because I'm not sure if I've ever seen this particular episode before. Like, nothing about it seemed familiar. But that was the point where I was like, it wouldn't make any practical sense from the story that they were telling up to that point. Because the cops are going to show up and be like, why are you breaking into this man's house? I don't know. And to go a little further than that, the writers were just like, we don't even really care so much about the outcome of that. We're just going to go to the graveyard immediately after wherever they went. Like, they immediately just skipped any aftermath of calling the cops. And I don't know, that to me was like the biggest thing saying that it wasn't him. It wasn't Mr. Drake or MRDR, which, I don't know, was cheesy, but I kind of found it funny in its own way when they were using the spirit box, because, I don't know, when you have a chance to use a spirit box as opposed to a Ouija board, you talk to the dead through a pizza box. That's what you do, obviously.
Well, you know what, those Wiccans, Wiccans and pizza.
Well,
you don't use vowels on a spirit box.
That's right. It takes too much time. And of course,
Text culture.
Just once. Before I die, I want to see a movie or TV show where they're using a Ouija board and somebody doesn't say, "Are you moving it?" Just once. Fucking blow my mind, writers, and don't have somebody say, "Are you moving it?" That's
if they did this in 2024, it wouldn't even have letters. It would just be emojis.
just a series of emojis on a pizza box. Yeah.
Mr. Drake would be the eggplant emoji.
Yeah.
And like a tennis racket and an eggplant. I do want to say, I didn't mention this, but I also thought that really early on that it was going to be the sheriff. Like, oh, my dad had something to do with it. Like, like weird, creepy.
It would have been like Freddy versus Jason. That's where I thought they were going. Remember Laurie's dad?
Yeah. Oh, I thought maybe he would also, like, have covered it up or something. Maybe not even be the one that killed her, but, like, knew about it. But
right.
When he was mad that she took the police files, it seemed pretty on the level.
Yeah. I have another question. Why was Becca's finger bleeding at the end when she was trying to escape the car?
broke her fingernails on trying to claw out the window.
Horror 101, Kent. Yeah, bloody. It adds more with the blood fingers.
I just thought
on the window.
The exhaust poisoned her fingertips like the cold mountain Wendigo poisoned, Grady's fingers. I don't know. I was just sitting there like, why would her fingers be bloody? I don't know. I also, where was the ghost? Like, so we see the spirit, and like the way the camera looks, it's like would have been like down at the passenger seat floor. I don't know. It seemed like this weird area where she saw the spirit. It was weird looking.
I thought it was from like coming out of the ceiling.
Oh.
Down from like the top of the garage towards the windshield.
Oh.
But I mean, who the fuck knows? Because those footprints were everywhere.
Yes, and I did like the ending. I really did. I thought this was one of the least clumsy of the writing. And the performances were, once again, were actually very good here. This was probably some of the best performances, I think, in the whole Fear Itself season. So, overall, I really liked it. And it's rare, but, this is like, the second or third one where we all kind of agreed that it was good. So that's nice. I mean, we're only at episode 11, so, yeah.
I was just a little piece of trivia too. I was looking up Jessica Parker Kennedy because I was like, I've never seen this one before. So who is she? And apparently, I had just seen her like 3 weeks before in the Percy Jackson and the Olympians show that they did on Disney Plus. She played Medusa in that, and like, I guess those 16 years or 15 years or whatever it was were pretty fucking rough between shows. So, yeah, I couldn't even have told you that it was the same person.
I was Anna Kendrick. They were supposed to be in high school, right?
Yeah, I think they were supposed to be like what, freshmen or excuse me, juniors or seniors.
Yeah,
because
makes sense. All right. Well.
I do want to say one more thing about Rob Schmidt. Was I liked those two episodes so much that I found for cheap Wrong Turn, because it's not on streaming anywhere, and not super easy to find. I mean, not impossible, but you got to buy the DVD. I bought that and Crime and Punishment in Suburbia because I've never seen either of his movies, and I thought they were so cool that I would spend like less than $20 on 2 DVDs. So,
Wrong Turn, the original one's pretty good, and it goes.
Oh, Liza Dushku, right?
Jeremy Sisto is even better.
Oh yeah, Sisto rules.
No, you got that wrong, man. The best part of that is fucking what's his nuts. Desmond Harrington, because he plays a guy named Chris. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, so you guys are pretty familiar with that movie then.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think it's Wrong Turn 4. It's whatever one takes place in winter is one of my 10 least favorite movies of all time.
They consistently got worse. Like, bad worse.
I think he only did the first one.
Yeah, I haven't seen the reboot. I own it. I just didn't get around to it yet. I'm kind of looking forward to see what they did with it.
Oh,
at least
it's a reboot of that series.
Yeah, they rebooted it a few years ago. I want to say.
Oh, so I think he earns his Masters of Horror title.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my thought at least. All right. Well, we good on this?
Oh, yeah. Let's get to the good stuff.
Oh,
yeah. There we go. Here we go.
All the kids go crazy for here. Because episode 12 is called Echoes. And every time I say that, my Amazon device answers to it because I don't call her Alexa. I call her that word. This supposedly aired January 24th, 2009, directed by Rupert Wainwright, a name that we're all clearly very, very, very familiar with, right?
Blank check rules.
So this guy directed Stigmata, which I enjoyed. He also directed the terrible remake of The Fog, which I never thought the original was that great, but the reboot was fucking terrible. But, to be fair, Rupert also directed pretty much every single MC Hammer music video, and he also directed NWA Straight Outta Compton and 911 is a Joke music video. So, to me, he's not just a legend of horror, he's just a legend, period. So, kudos to him. I don't fucking know anybody in this cast. I don't care to know anybody in this fucking cast. If it's not obvious by now, like after all the slights that we've been making throughout this podcast about how fucking bad this is, well, in my best Hulk Hogan voice, let me tell you something, brother. We have this story. The main guy is Steven. He has this lady friend, Karen, who's not his girlfriend, so we'll just go special lady friend that he wants to touch, but he's scared to touch her. And he moves to this house, and he keeps getting these weird visions and deja vu of a time back in the 20s, I think specifically 1928, of a guy named Max and a girl named Zelda. And I wish this was just called The Legend of Zelda, but it's called Echoes. Anyway, Zelda is played by the same girl that plays Karen. And she looks so much better as Zelda. And I realized it wasn't because I prefer blondes. It was her hairstyle. Because later on, when Karen has her hair done differently for the party, much later on, she looks good. I just hate her initial hairstyle. Just my personal preference here. Because this is probably the only talking point I care about. Anyways, we find out that shit happened in this house, and via hypnosis and therapy, Steven kind of gets this voice of Max, and we find out the past story of Max and Zelda, blah blah blah. They're reliving it. Zelda and Karen, they're two and the same. They want love, but they're also attracted to wealthy, middle-aged dudes, and they really like toying with their guys' emotions. And they're very needy, and they kind of get a kick out of it. And needless to say, both guys snap, and, I don't know, history gets relived, and the echoes of the past, and blah, 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 and as I told the guys during the break, I specifically wrote in my review, and I quote, "I have to be honest, I no longer care." I fucking hated this. And even if this had been on Showtime, we definitely would have seen her tits numerous times, and that would not have been nearly enough to save this fucking putrid-ass thing. There's no point even getting into the twist. It's just pointless. This whole fucking thing was an exercise in futility, wasted our fucking time, and I don't know of anybody that really probably sat there and like, oh, this was fucking genius, because once again, we have people like living a double fucking life type story, which seems to be the fucking theme of Fear itself. And this was like the worst fucking iteration of this. And up to this point, Chris had fucking Jedi mind tricked me into thinking I was the asshole for giving him really bad episodes. And then I saw this, and I'm like, oh, wait, no, I'm not the asshole. I'm the fucking glutton for punishment here. So, yeah, fuck. If you guys really want to go into this further, knock yourselves out. But I have nothing else I really want to fucking say. I will never watch this again. Fuck this. So, Chris, what do you say about Echoes?
All right. So yeah. Just to clarify for you, the guy who played Steven, I haven't seen him in much, but he was the guy who played Pyro in the X-Men movies.
Yes, I knew that.
And he is listed as he should be in Deadpool 3, so that'll be interesting to see if, because looking at his IMDb picture, it's fucking rough for him. The only other thing on top of this, my question is like, why do they keep trying to make like Eric Belfour a thing? Like that dude He can't act. I've never seen anything that he was a part of that was better because he was in it. I mean, he was in the initial, I want to say first, maybe it was even the first season of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, because I think it was only a couple episodes long, the first season. He played Xander's best friend. He was in fucking, just like everything I fucking see him in was fucking horrible. He was one of the worst characters in like 6 Feet Under, one of the worst characters in 24, one of the worst characters in Ray Donovan. Like Horseman, which was an okay, like, I don't want to say horror movie, like a thriller. One of the worst characters in it. Just fucking horrible. Like, I don't even want to go. Like,
you obviously haven't seen Dino Shark.
I have not. Like, I get he's got a very specific look, but like I don't understand why like that look is what they keep fucking going for. This was. I thought that I had the worst episode of the series. That was right after Chance was when I put that message out to you. That thanks for Chance, Kent. And then I watched this one, and I was like, I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to spoil it for you, but I was like, oh, okay, I feel so much better after that.
Yeah. I for people listening, I legit felt bad for Chris, and I was like, listen, I'll take New Year's Eve, and I'll give you Eater, I think was the offer I made. And I felt bad. I was trying to give him something that was better rated, and then after Echoes, I was like, no.
I mean, this was and the twist, since Kent didn't go into it, is that for all of their talk about being a big murderer thing, that both dudes end up getting killed by Karen and Zelda, and they die, and she lives. And when I saw that, I'm like, this is just like the shitty fucking NBC worst version of Dead Again. Just not anywhere near that fucking level of quality. So that's all I have to say. Just watch Dead Again. It's a different story, but so much better.
Zelda's got my goat. That was one of my favorite lines. You guys remember?
I actually wrote it down in my review.
Zelda's got my goat. I was like, what? This is... Okay. All right. So I do want to say something good about the episode. Bloodbath is a really great Scrabble word. But yeah, I don't think boobs in a bloodbath would have saved this episode. It does pick up a bit at the end, but it's like it's like fun bad. But it was really bad, and I decided to have fun with it. Kind of like the bad accents that weren't fun. But Aaron Stanfield also was in Alexander Aja's Hills Have Eyes, which wasn't terrible. This was, and it was like second to last. It was, I wrote a bunch of negative stuff down, but I think you guys covered it. The penultimate piece of shit of the season, maybe the penultimate piece of shit of the entire series so far. Because the way it was going, I wasn't sure. But that's all I have.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Fear Itself, episode 13. This was unaired. The Circle, written by Richard Chismar and Jonathan Seach. Directed by Eduardo Rodriguez, who is the least known of anyone, and I think we've done the least at this point when this came out. I don't think he even directed a movie at this point. The story is based on a short story by Louis Shiner. A writer heads to a small town to try and recharge his creative juices. Unfortunately for him, the story he's working on seems to be happening to him and his wife, and it seems the darkness itself around their cabin is out to get them. Now, that's like what was written, like, as the little excerpt on Wikipedia when you go through the episodes, like the little thing, not like a in-depth thing. I didn't really feel like that is kind of what happens, but I didn't feel like that really fully described what was going on. I did I did write starring and written by Jonathan Seach. This should be a treat. It basically starts out like desperate satanic housewives. It's very Evil Dead meets Stephen King entry level horror. Horror writer writes a book set in Maine, and then the story comes to life while a group of people are trapped in a cabin. And I will head it over to Chris.
All right, so this one, I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of the game Alan Wake? The sequel just came out last year.
No.
It's kind of funny because a horror author who is writing a book finds himself inside of the book, and the monsters are all darkness monsters that you have to fight with flashlights. And then I see this, and I'm like, where the fuck did that... Which one came first, the chicken or the egg? I have to say that I was expecting this to be total shit after seeing, Jonathan Schick's Master of Horror collaboration, The Washingtonians. And I was pleasantly surprised in that, this wasn't great. It wasn't horrible. It was middle of the road, but, like a lot of the reviews I saw were saying, like the shittiest episode to cap off the shittiest season on the shittiest DVD release. I believe that is the basically the highlighted user review. Except instead of saying shitty, they said weak CGI, weak stereotyped characters, weak ending to a weak season. But I thought it was pretty decently well done. There are a couple of twists back to back. One, we find out, well, you see at the beginning, like, the witches are doing, like, some sort of spell and the little girls are involved. And then they show up and hand them the book, which turns out to be the book that they're reading. So you kind of forget that as the darkness with the probably some of the worst CGI that we see in the season takes place as. And then we get kind of like a house under siege with shit turning people into zombies. What are you going to do about it? It's already kind of negative because Brian gets bitten and they're trying to just get him to rewrite the story in blood to change the ending. Excuse me. And then Robbie Collins shows up, which is his pen name that he wrote the book under, only we find out it's not a pen name. It's a witch that he was having an affair with, who is now bringing him to justice by murdering all of his friends and his wife, who then goes on to be murdered by Lisa, and just as Brian dies and everything ends, we realize that now they're literally trapped in a cycle of repeating this same fucking 6-hour period of a horrible life over and over and over again for the rest of eternity. Which is, again, a very nihilistic ending, and seems to be like one of the things that I appreciate in horror, as I've come to understand from watching these 39 episodes over the last couple months. So, it wasn't great. It wasn't bad, but again, it was another one where the ending elevated it for me compared to what had come before. Yeah, we did have some decent performances. I don't think that this is one that would necessarily have been elevated by having the longer format and the, leniency on the rating that it would have gotten if it had been a Master of Horror episode. But, it was nowhere near as bad as, like, the rating would tend to suggest on IMDb. So, there you go.
This was by far the biggest surprise to me. And I feel every season, like the last 5 episodes, they usually try to tuck at least 2, if not 3, of the weakest episodes in the very end of the season. So, I mean, we already had Chance, we had Echoes. I really wasn't sure where to lean on this one. And the opening was fucking dark. Like, just 2 girls getting brought into the fucking witch's circle, get blood on their foreheads. Like, it was dark. It was good. This, obviously, the Evil Dead comparisons are apt. Heavy nods to Stephen King already been said. I think out of any of these, this probably could have actually been turned into a feature-length movie. I think you could have padded this out. Like the stuff with Kate, just like, oh, she's locked in the bathroom. Oh, she's out. Okay, like, you really could have padded it out and added a little bit more, and I still think it would have been a fun feature-length movie. I would have liked to have seen the darkness look better, because at times it just really looked bad. The CGI looked bad. No offense to the director, but realistically, he's still probably most famous for doing the reboot of Fright Night Part 2 within the horror community, so yeah. On the other hand, this is really like, if you look at every episode of Fear itself, I think for somebody that's not into horror, this may have been the actual scariest episode for a lot of people. Like, there's a lot of good horror elements here present, and I really liked that. I liked the ending. I liked the repetition of the one line, brought me back to all work and no play, stuff from The Shining. There's just, I don't know, I guess there's just a lot of nods that I appreciated. I felt that George didn't get to play a big enough role. I felt that it was like Lisa's there with Anita 1 second, and then Anita's just changed, but then she really doesn't play much of a role at that point. Once again, a longer runtime, you could have done more with that. Probably could have had a longer opening intro. There was things that could have been done, but for a Fear Itself episode, in some ways, I feel like they maximized their potential with this. So this was really high on my list. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Going back, this is one of the few episodes I would actually go back and rewatch, and I think I would still enjoy just as much. I'm not sure, but I think I would. So I don't know. I guess we're ending this on a positive note, which is weird given how much shit we've talked about some of these. I don't know. It feels good to end it on, I don't know, what I consider a positive note. So I was happy. I'm happy we did this, and I'm glad that this didn't end on Echoes.
Oh, dude, that would have been so horrible.
So happy. Yeah, like, well, I mean, season 1 ended with Imprint, and I mean, a lot of people like it. And then season 2, though, ended with Dream Cruise, and that was middle of the road, so you didn't know what to expect with Fear itself, considering the lower quality. You really, I don't know, I kind of expected it to be one of the worst episodes, and I was wrong. So, yeah. With that being said, are we ready to rank the episodes
Let's do this.
of Fear itself?
Yeah. Who wants to start out with 13?
I'll go.
Okay.
Because I think mine is an outlier. My 13 is In Sickness and in Health by Jonathan Landis.
Mine was Echoes, to nobody's
Mine
surprise.
was Community, which may also be an outlier. But, yeah.
To my surprise.
Go ahead with number 12.
Oh,
Kevin.
yeah. Echoes.
My number 12 was Eater.
My number 12 was Chance because fuck. And my number 11, I think, yeah, I have this lower than you guys. Spooked.
Oh.
There was more potential there for me, and I don't know. There was just some stuff I didn't care for, so I got a low rating for me.
My number 11 is New Year's Day.
My number 11 is Echoes. And then my number 10 is Chance.
My number 10 is The Circle.
Wow. My number 10 was New Year's Day, even though I wrote New Year's Eve, so I'm doing good with words. Fucking hate that ending. My number 9 was Eater. This is where I think I'm getting into middle ground territory, by the way. I think like there was a bottom 4 for me, and then everything else was either middle or better.
My number 9 is Spooked, and I feel the exact same way.
I would have put, yeah, 10 and below are bad. My number 9 was New Year's Day. And then my number 8 was Something with Bite.
My number 8 was Something with Bite, so I figured I'd throw that in there.
My number 8 was In Sickness and in Health. My number 7, which, I'm looking at this, and this is the regrettable one. This is too low. I'm just not going to fix it right now. I have number 7, Spirit Box. It probably should be like number 5 for me.
My number 7 was Spooked.
My number 7 was Family Man. And I feel that way about a lot of these, especially going through the whole list. But anyways, moving along. My number 6 is Chance.
My number 6 was The Sacrifice. Once again, I'm not sure if I have this too low.
My number 6 was Community, and my number 5 was The Circle.
My number 5 is The Sacrifice, so I'm like right there with you.
My number 5 is something with a bite, and my number 4 was Family Man.
My number 4 was The Spirit Box.
My number 4 is Skin and Bones. And my number 3 is In Sickness and in Health.
My number 3 was Community.
My number 3 was The Sacrifice. And my number 2 was Skin and Bones.
Actually, my number 2 was Skin and Bones as well.
Nice. My number 2 is The Spirit Box. Oh, and my number 1 is Eater. Because it rules.
That's
yeah,
right there.
dude, that rules so hard. I don't understand why you guys are watching. Stuart Gordon rules. That's what I've learned from this.
My number 1 was Family Man. Ronnie, you.
My number 1. My number 1 was The Circle.
Nice.
So this was a lot more varied. I think if you compare this side by side, which I'm exactly doing, to the other seasons, there's a lot more variety in where things fell, with a couple of universal truths that Echoes sucked and Skin and Bones was good. But everything else kind of, even two of us may have had something kind of high, and then Kevin shits all over and puts Community at number 13.
Yeah, because it sucked.
Or people rationally may have Eater lower, and then Kevin fucks up the order and puts it number 1. So
I thought the same thing. That Chris said that, like, when you said there's one obviously like great one, and I was like, it was well reviewed, but it was just awesome. It was just like my thing. It's like, like why I liked pro life more than you guys, because it's just like a bunch of people in one building, and I like that kind of shit.
What I would be really interested in seeing, and I think it would probably match up closely with Kevin's, is what David Gordon Green's list would look like.
Yeah. He's on my dream team, Chris.
I believe it.
Yeah, he's my number 13.
All right,
David Gordon Green.
So how do we want to hit this? Do we just want to have each person go through their list all at once, so we're not doing like 39 breaks?
No, we should do 39 through 27, because that's 13. So this would be like the bottom half, the worst season.
Yeah.
All right, okay. So I'll start it. I'll do 39 through 27, and then Chris, you can do 39 through 27, and then Kent, and then we'll just go like that.
Yep.
So this would be... Okay, so I'll get it started. Number 39, Community. 38, Echoes. 37, Fair Haired Child. 36, Chocolate. 35, The V Word. 34, New Year's Day. 33, The Circle. 32, Valerie on the Stairs. 31, Sounds Like. 30, The Black Cat. 29, The Washingtonians. 28, Spooked. And number 27 is Something with Bite.
All right. My worst season would be 39 in Sickness and in Health. 38, Eater. 37, Dance of the Dead. 36, The Washingtonians. 35, We All Scream for Ice Cream. 34, Chocolate. 33, Echoes. 32, Chance. 31, The V Word. 30, Sounds Like. 29, Hakel's Tale. 28, Fair Haired Child. And 27, New Year's Day.
I gotta say, Chris, I was really shocked that Dance wasn't your number 39.
Yeah.
You like Chance more than you like Dance of the Dead.
Yes, but I liked...
They're real close.
I liked Dance of the Dead better than I liked Eater.
I know. Man, you're losing out in life. All right, Kat. 39.
My number 39, Echoes. 38, Chance. 37, V Word. 36, We All Scream for Ice Cream. 35, Dance of the Dead. 34, Chocolate. 33, The Washingtonians. 32, Spooked. 31, New Year's Day and that stupid hand-holding. 30, Fair Haired Child. 29, the one I guess I'm missing out on because I have Eater. 28, The Damn Thing. 27, Sounds Like.
All right. So this is the middle. This is the actual middle of the road episodes for me. 26 through 14. 26, Sick Girl. 25, Family Man. 24, Chance. 23, Dream Cruise. 22, We All Scream for Ice Cream. 21, The Damned Thing. 20, The Sacrifice. 19, Skin and Bones. 18, Pick Me Up. 17, Incident on and Off a Mountain Road. 16, Dance of the Dead. 15, In Sickness and Health. And 14, Homecoming.
All right. My number 26 would be Valerie on the Stairs. My number 25 would be Sick Girl. My number 24 would be Dream Cruise. My number 23 would be Something with Bite. My number 22 would be The Damned Thing. My number 21 would be Spooked. My number 20 would be Community. My number 19 would be The Circle. Number 18 would be Homecoming. Number 17, Right to Die. Number 16, Imprint. Number 15, Dreams in the Witch House. And number 14 would be The Black Cat.
All right. Coming in at number 26 for me, Dream Cruise. 25, Homecoming. 24, In Sickness and in Health. 23, Spirit Box, which is too low. 22, Dreams in the Witch House. 21, The Sacrifice. 20, Pro-Life. 19, Something with Bite. Number 18, Valerie on the Stairs. Number 17, Family Man. 16, Pelts. 15, Hakel's Tale. And 14, Sick Girl.
Wow. So that's our middle of the road. All right, top 13, ideal season. Number 13, Hakel's Tale. Number 12, Pelts. 11, The Spirit Box. 10, The Dear Woman. 9, Family by John Landis. Number 8, Dreams in the Witch House. Number 7, The Screwfly Solution. 6, Eater. 5, Jennifer. 4, Pro-Life. 3, Cigarette Burns. 2, Right to Die. And number 1, Imprint.
All right. My 13 would be The Spirit Box. 12 would be Pro-Life. 11 would be Jennifer. 10 would be The Sacrifice. 9 would be Pelts. 8 would be Skin and Bones. 7, Incident on and Off a Mountain Road. 6, Pick Me Up. 5, Family. 4, Family Man. 3, Dear Woman. 2, The Screwfly Solution. And number 1 would be Cigarette Burns.
All right. And for me, 13, Jennifer. 12, Black Cat. 11, Community. 10, Skin and Bones. 9, Dear Woman. 8, Incident on and Off a Mountain Road. 7, Right to Die. 6, The Circle. 5, Imprint. 4, Screwfly Solution. 3, Cigarette Burns. 2, Family. And number 1, Pick Me Up. Now, I have 2 questions, and they're basically the same thing, only polar opposites. It's very simple. Which episode seemed like it sounded like it wasn't going to be good, but really surprised you in a positive way, and polar opposite, what sounded good and really fucking it just didn't live up to what it could have been or should have been?
I'll go with episode that Right to Die blew me away. That was one that I didn't think anything of, and just absolutely loved how despicable every single character was. You want to go?
Yeah, I'll say the same thing. Not only did I not expect to like Right to Die, I actually skipped it by accident when I was going in order, and I had to go back and watch it out of order. And it ended up, I wish I had been able to rate it higher, but I really like the stuff above it. For the one that I expected to like and then didn't, I'll say this both of them, In Sickness and in Health and Eater. I really liked both of the things that Gordon did and both of the things that Landis did in the first 2 seasons, and those are my lowest 2 on the list. So I was expecting way more from both of them.
I agree on the Right to Die. I'll just throw out another one that surprised me a lot. Actually, 2. Dear Woman was way better than I think any of us thought it would be. And
sure.
Screwfly Solution, it doesn't really sound that good if you just read like a 1 or 2 sentence thing, but the experience, I mean, we all had it rated fairly high. It was in all of our top 10. I think Kevin had it lowest at 7. So yeah, we really surpassed expectations. For me though, I don't know. I'm torn between the V word could have been so much better than it was. Like, that's kind of a hard thing to fuck up, and they royally fucked that up. But I think my answer is going to be Dance of the Dead, because you have Robert Englund, and you just utterly wasted Robert Englund, in my opinion. So that gets the thing that I was hyped going into that, and then I was so not hyped by the time I finished.
First of all, it's exactly what you want to see Robert Englund doing all the time on that microphone, banging dead girls.
Why is that not a GIF?
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. They're like living dead girls too, you know? Like all right. So for me, Community was the one that I was most disappointed with, as I said it below everything. And I was really excited with Mary Heron, and I mean, it's not like me to put the only female director at the bottom, right? There's only one female director of this entire...
Yeah, I think you're right.
Which is crazy, right? And that, I don't know. So, yeah, there's a lot of things that I wish I could rate higher. I think Pick Me Up would be, but also, like Chris said, there's so many things that I like more than that. So, but...
That's kind of how I felt with Spirit Box. I liked it a ton, but... yeah. I would say, would you guys agree that probably you'd be happy watching pretty much anything in your top 25 at the very least?
Sure.
I'll give you top 20.
Top 20? Okay. Fair enough.
Like I could definitely see watching any of the stuff that would have made like our 2 seasons, you know, over again.
Yeah.
But like top 20 is stuff, yeah, I would choose to watch like 21 through 25, 21 through 26. If it was on, I don't know if I'd necessarily turn it off, but I don't think I would look for any of that. My 27 and below, though, I would be happy never to have seen it once.
Yeah. At the end, I mean, now that we've seen all of these, you know, it feels like such a missed opportunity. That, you know, went from premium to network TV, it got shorter, but the fact that it just went away, and we haven't had anything come back remotely close. Like, I think maybe the Revive Creep Show series is probably the closest thing we may have to this. Like,
I mean, like, you have things that try. Like, I mean, I could see somebody making an argument that Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities was trying to do something like this. You know, like, most of the episodes were directed by different people. I mean, shit, one of them was Dreams in the Witch House.
Sure.
You know, definitely, I think, was trying for that vibe. I don't know if it succeeded, you know, and I mean, I don't know if we'll ever get another, you know, high concept thing like this. But I mean, I guess in these intervening years, you know, you have what, like the later ABCs of Death and the VHS movies kind of somewhat fulfilling the same kind of different director anthology horror vibe going.
Like, now would be a great time for somebody like Eli Roth or Blumhouse to try to bring something like this idea back, though, because since this is aired, think about how many great horror directors we now know, like new ideas and stuff that, you know, we have like this whole new slew of people. I would love to see what they would do. You know, I'd love to see an Eli Roth, a James Wan.
Shh. I think that probably maybe our May podcast.
Is it?
What's that?
Do our casting for a mess.
Oh yeah. Well, I was just saying Eli Roth, though, I think is the guy who could do it, because he could get like Rob Zombie involved. He could get so many people involved, and if they got like a network to give him money, which I don't think they will, but I think Eli Roth would be a good guy because he does that history of horror show, and he like talks to everybody, like no matter what their affiliation with horror is, he like they're in, you know.
I mean, I could see Blumhouse doing it too, though, just because of how much money they've been raking in over the last several years with their horror stuff. You know, like not necessarily because it would be the best, but because they would be able to do it profitably.
Amazon, AMC, I don't think Shudder could put enough money into it, but AMC's in conjunction with Shudder, maybe. I think Amazon, since they have the attachment with Blumhouse, I think they would be a really interesting option.
Yeah, I mean, they already have that working arrangement. So.
Yeah, I think... I hope that somebody gets together, and, and Eli Roth really does make sense as kind of like this, the Mick Garris, which, I'm sorry, Eli. But, we need that middle man to talk to people. I'd love to see this happen. So.
And I do think that Guillermo del Toro, consciously thought of the Cabinet of Curiosities because they are, people who directed, I don't know, if they all directed horror films, if you want to, Panos Cosmatos.
Yeah, he was the one I was thinking of off the top of my head, too.
Yeah, getting these people to do... I haven't seen any of the Cabinet Curiosities. I really wanted to watch the Dreams of the Witch House episode because I loved it so much. Stuart Gordon's version. But, so I don't know if you guys read this in Wikipedia at all, but, when I started watching The Masters of Horror in, 2018, 2019, and I watched, I don't know, all of season 1, most of season 2, that it said on Wikipedia that where they got the title from, they think quoted Guillermo del Toro said, when they were at some party with all the horror directors, someone was like, "Oh, who are you guys?" And you're like, "Oh, we're here with the Masters of Horror," or "We're the Masters of Horror," and that I don't know how much truth that is, but I did read that a while ago, and I haven't come across that since, but I don't know. Did you guys ever hear that at all? Do you guys find that in your readings?
I saw that, but I didn't see it credible. It's like a trivia rumor kind of thing.
Oh yeah. It wasn't it's not a confirmed thing, and I don't know if they said that just to kind of because he was at that party, but they didn't get him, and he would have been probably for working at the time would have been a really big name. As John Carpenter was probably the biggest name, but he wasn't really doing anything else at the time.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing this series really missed out on was Wes Craven. I think that was the biggest one they didn't get.
Who was basically only doing Scream movies?
Yeah, he was definitely slowing down. So, yeah, I don't know. It'd be nice, and I look forward to that future podcast where we kind of do that. But anyways, I'm happy that we did this. Do we have any other thoughts before we move on?
Just to give you guys a heads up, in between this and our next podcast, Kent is going to go through the lists and see what the official Kent Write Your Own Risk ranking turns out to be, averaging between the three of our lists.
Yeah, math. Looking forward to it.
What the real middle ground is. I'm more wondering about the third section than the middle section. 26 through 14. I think we'll have the most interesting random things.
Yeah, especially since all of ours are different. All right, well, I guess I'll kick off with what we've been watching for the last month, or in this case, 3.5 weeks. So my wife and I finally got around to watching Saw 10. I liked it. I mean, she really liked it too. I was kind of curious about one thing though. If I remember correctly, you said that the blood waterboarding was the one that bothered you the most, Kent?
Yeah.
Is that me misremembering?
That was probably me.
That was the scene that I feel got talked about more, but I thought the leg thing was worse myself.
Yeah, the leg or the eye thing too. That was not
the waterboarding thing was just very graphic and involved a child. So I think that's why it got talked about more, maybe.
And then my next question is, does he just leave that fucking bitch and just walk away?
I think so. But we may get to see her in the one that's there is one coming out this year, right?
I believe so.
So I haven't looked at the casting list. I don't know if anything's been revealed yet, but we may still see her.
I started X with my wife as well, and she fell asleep, so we stopped it, and I just never got back around to watching that. So that is one that I will be finishing.
Did you like what you saw so far? Okay.
Yeah. Like I hadn't got to the point where like any of the killings had happened yet. So it was basically still just
So
set up.
it's still basically porno Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I was basically my wife and I were watching a porno together. Like a PG-13 porno.
It gets better. It definitely picks up. And
Yeah, I mean, there's only so. I'm really glad, I wasn't watching it with my mom.
You're missing out, okay?
But what else? What the fuck else did I do? I just we started 3 Body Problem today, and that seems pretty interesting so far. So I'll have to see where that keeps going. I finally finished Onimusha, the anime that had been on Netflix since 2022. That I finally got around to finishing on my phone. That had been on there for 13 months. I finished Halo Season 2, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. It got good at the end, but it only took 16 episodes to get there. So, we'll see. There was something else I watched that I can't think of right now. Maybe it'll come to me while you guys are talking. But, outside of, watching this stuff, it's been interesting. It's been kind of nice. My wife got a walking pad, so I would just walk the entire episode that I would be watching, Fear Itself. Burn off 200 calories and then go eat dinner. What about you guys?
Yeah, I've been so I watched Ferrari yesterday, the Michael Mann movie. It was I liked it. I liked it probably more than than generally the critics liked it, but it was I think you have to be a big fan of Michael Mann, which I am. I realize all this is a really terrible poem or something, but it's a big fan of Michael Mann, which I am. But yeah, you got to be really. It's kind of like watching The Black Dahlia by Brian De Palma. It's you really got to be into that director to kind of get the stuff that's going on. But I didn't like it as much as I liked House of Gucci, which is sort of different, but it's Adam Driver with a fake Italian accent, and I really enjoyed it. It looked beautiful, and it's really well done. And this actually, for being a biopic of a time and place, it was good. It wasn't as, I would say, entertaining as Ford versus Ferrari, which was James Mangold, but it was also produced by Michael Mann, who I think was going to direct it. But yes, it's definitely not top 5 of his filmography, but I mean, it was a really good, way of him to come back after, I don't know, 7-8 years that he did Black Cat in 2015, and then his first movie 2023 in a long time. So it was a return to form, and I'm excited for him to make more movies and do Heat 2, which he wrote the book. So yeah, what else did I watch? I started watching some horror films by the directors. Really, I did It's Alive by Larry Cohen. I don't remember I did Bird with the Crystal Plumage by Argento, which I've never seen any of his movies really, and I thought that was pretty good. Both of them were really good in their own way, and I did watch Ken Russell's Altered States for the first time. That was
How was that?
Criterion. I've been catching up with that. Dude, it was really cool. It was better than of the three, but it's horror, but it's like sci-fi. It's weird. It definitely fit the vibe of this stuff. And I'm like, I do a horror podcast, and yes, I watched all of these episodes, but I was like, I feel like watching these episodes, I was like, man, I'm really missing out on like Stuart Gordon, because I've heard of From Beyond and Reanimator, and and I've only seen Castle Freak, and which I like. But I don't know. Anyways, I wanted to like get more into these guys, so I'm excited to do more like Larry Cohen, or and I'm really excited about getting into Wes Craven next month, because I know a lot. I know like half very well, but there's another half that I'm not super familiar with or haven't seen at all. So, and I've been watching the Coen brothers for the past month or more. I was sick for like a week, but I work 3 to 11, so I don't usually watch it during like my 5-day work week. So I have made it to like their 16th film as brothers, which was Inside Llewyn Davis, which I saw that for the first time. I kind of bought it because it was one of those movies I wanted to see, but like whenever I could watch it, I wasn't really sure I would be into it. And it's the Coen brothers, and it's great. And
Was it funny? Because it didn't look like it was going to be funny, but I did buy it. I just haven't watched it.
It's not like a comedy. I think it's listed as a comedy thriller. It's I've been watching all of their movies, so they all kind of have this like sense of humor, but they're not really funny. But like,
well, half of them are.
Half of them are straight up comedy.
Like Raising Arizona, Lebowski.
Yes. But
didn't they do Lady Killers?
Yeah.
Or is that something else?
They did, and that definitely has a vibe too.
Yeah.
And it was a movie that like, because I loved Fargo, and I'll even say after No Country for Old Men, Big Lebowski was great, but like Fargo and No Country for Old Men are always like tough things to beat. Those are like, I love crime films, and those are like two of the best, and definitely I would say they're my favorite of their top 5. And like, so when Burn After Reading came out after No Country for Old Men, I was like, it was just tough for me to get into that. But when I do this huge thing where I watch an entire director's, this is 17 movies plus The Ballad of Buster Scruggs, which is not released but on Netflix, so I'll check that out too. So it's 18 movies they made together from like 1984, 85 to 2019, whatever they did The Ballad of Buster Scruggs. Anyways, it's a lot easier. Like, I can forgive anything because like even the not so good John Carpenter movies, I don't know how to describe it, but you watch Burn After Reading after No Country for Old Men, it's like disappointing because it's not the genre of film I like, and it like has this hefty, thing to live up to. But when you're watching all of them, you get to appreciate that, and then you're like, okay, so this one is going to be like this. The Lady Killers was not, I didn't think that was very great the first time I watched it, and I don't know if it's like, it could be their bottom 5, but it was a lot of fun to watch, and it's cool to see the music is very similar in all of their films, and there's very similar things. So there's always a little bit of comedy in everything they do, which is offbeat, and that's their signature. But
there's a lot of stuff I haven't seen, like, of their probably past 10 years, I would say. Like, I saw almost all of their early stuff. Like, Miller's Crossing was surprisingly good, and Barton Fink I always liked, and, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Like, yeah, I don't know. They're really among, like, my favorites.
Yeah. They're classics. I mean, shit, I haven't heard you say, like, Raising Arizona? Fucking amazing. Yeah, like Fargo, Big Lebowski, Oh Brother, but, like, their version of True Grit is fucking one of the best, modern westerns that I've, seen, too, so.
I watched that last night. actually, with my girlfriend, and we loved it. And it's that one girl, is that Haley Stanfield? She was
that was her first
Hawkeye.
role, and I believe she was nominated from being in that too. Yeah, at 14.
Yeah, she was. With her and Jeff Bridges were both nominated.
Oh, one of them that I only watched it once, was Intolerable Cruelty. I didn't think was as good as I wanted it to be, but I could probably watch it again, see if I like it more.
It's great because it's a movie that they never planned on making, and they just wrote it, and then it just kind of, after, I don't know, I think they wrote it in the 80s, and then when it kind of shifted around in their career and they could get a studio to back them, they were like, oh, hey, we should just make this because we wrote it. And it was like rewritten, and other people were going to make it, and they just went back to the original screenplay and made this like movie that's not like anything they would do, but it's got their weird signature style. But yeah, it's like American Sweethearts, but by the Coen brothers or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's I only have Hail Caesar, which I only saw once. You guys familiar with that?
I didn't see that one yet. No,
I haven't seen it. No,
and that I only watched that like a couple of years ago because I wanted to see it when it came out, and I just never. It's like not available for like the first couple years or like in my purview, and then it's just one of those ones that got away. So I'm excited to rewatch it in this giant thing. But yeah, the Coen brothers are fantastic filmmakers. I always knew that, and watching their filmography, and then in one of those weeks I was really sick, and it was just great. Like every day I would be like, okay, I'm gonna watch Miller's Crossing or Barton Fink, and it's just like, or Hudsucker Proxy even. Like they're just fun, kind of like stay in bed move, like daytime kind of films. So yeah,
nice. All right. So I haven't quite finished The Office for like the third time. I'm at that really bad part in The Office where I just give zero fucks. I'm just doing it to finish it off because once Steve Carell left, that show it still had a few memorable episodes, but not so many good ones anymore. As for things that are new to me, watch quite a bit. So, TV series Ted on Peacock. I didn't like the movie Ted. I thought it was, like probably a perfect 4 out of 10. The TV series, I laughed a lot. It was way funnier than the movie to me. So I think it's only 7 episodes. I would highly recommend Ted if you want like a funny sitcom. What else for TV? I watched X-Men 97 is new on Disney Plus, and it's basically just a continuation of the 90s X-Men animated series. A lot of the same voices. They updated the resolution, and it's now in HD, so things look better, but it's also very similar to the animation. So if you grew up loving the X-Men animated series, you're gonna feel pretty good about this show. I don't know when they're releasing more, but there's only 2 right now.
Is it more entertaining? Because I watched the X-Men show, and like there's a nostalgia factor, but like the writing's pretty bad.
the writing. One thing I will say is I gained more respect for the Cyclops character in these 2 episodes than I did in the first 4 seasons of the original animated series. So they updated the writing to be probably a little bit more towards its focused audience without being like R-rated. So I would say it's worth a watch. If you have fond memories and just want something X-Men that's going to take 20 minutes, so probably 40 minutes for both episodes, give it a shot. I think you'll have a fun time. Then movies. I did lots of movies. I did fucking Oppenheimer, which there's nothing more. There's nothing I can say that hasn't been said. It's just long. I'll eventually watch it again. Only problem I had with Oppenheimer really was with my brain and my short-term memory keeping track of all of those characters. Like, it was just a lot for me, but I really liked it. So that was cool. I saw Ricky Stenicki on Amazon Prime, and that has Zac Efron, John Cena, and William H. Macy. And Zac Efron continues to fucking deliver the goods despite every pre-existing notion that I had in my head. He is doing good. It's an okay movie. If you want something kind of funny, it follows, the past 25 years of comedy where it's strong first third, okay middle third, weak final third. William H. Macy does William H. Macy things. John Cena sings parody songs, but they're about masturbation and they're quite hilarious. That part alone is well worth it. But if you miss it, you're not going to regret missing it. Saw Everything Everywhere All at Once finally, and that delivered. Probably my favorite thing I've watched since we last did the podcast. That definitely stood out as just a real treat. Was happy with that. I don't know if I talked about Strays the last time we did the podcast, but if I didn't, I enjoyed it. Will Ferrell, Kevin Hart, Isla Fisher, and Randall Park are the voices of these stray dogs. It's a comedy. It's lewd. It's vulgar, but I don't know. I liked it.
I always wanted to watch that over like the whole year. Like I always try to watch like the new movies, and that like I saw it for such a long time, and that is a good example of a movie that I want to see. I don't really like it's not like main on the list, but it's on the list. But I just didn't get around to it.
I think it's still on Prime, so it's worth. You'll laugh. I mean, I have no doubt that you'll laugh.
Strays is still on Prime.
Yeah. So that was good. I got a suggestion to watch Free Guy, the movie with Ryan Reynolds and Lil Rel Howard. I don't know. Howery, yes. Gosh, I knew I was forgetting the name. Lots of other cameos in that movie. If you're a video game fan, that movie's great. Honestly, I thought it was going to be more kiddie than it was, and no, it was definitely more adult humor. But it's on Disney Plus, and just watched that 2 days ago. Had a really, really good time. Laughed quite a bit. Like I said, if you don't like video games, it's not going to be for you. Like, half the references would just go over your head, in my opinion. But if you like video games, really fun time. Right.
Or Ryan Reynolds being Ryan Reynolds.
Yes, unless that's not your thing.
I saw that. Yeah, it would be tough movie. But I saw that in the theater, and I'm not I'm familiar with video games and not like the biggest video game dude, but like it was a great movie, and it was pretty much universal. That I think if you understand the concept of what it like Sims, even you could kind of get the non-player character being the main character. It was pretty brilliant, actually.
Yeah, it really was a brilliant idea.
Yeah. I was like, did I really use the word brilliant for Free Guy? But like, it kind of is. It's very clever and how they tell that story. So that was something that was very surprising. But yeah, sorry, Ken.
Okay.
I actually really liked Joe Keery in that too.
Yeah. I thought Channing Tatum pulling out some fucking Magic Mike moves really made me laugh in that. So, yeah, I don't know. It's not a movie I expected to be that good, but I think I spent the first third of that movie paying more attention to shit going on in the background, and I was just cracking up at all the background carnage and seeing like the Scorpio tank from Halo wrecking shit. I don't know. It's just a lot of fun stuff. What else? I didn't finish this, but on Amazon Prime, they have Grizzly 2, which was apparently made like in 1983, 87, something like that. But it was only recently released the past few years. I know that's a weird statement. It starts off with young George Clooney, Laura Dern, and Charlie Sheen, and within like 3 to 5 minutes, all 3 characters are killed off. You're left with Louise Fletcher and John Rhys Davies and a bunch of no-name actors, and they're trying to hunt down this grizzly who is pissed off that somebody killed her cub. And it's not funny like Cocaine Bear. It's just a really badly made movie that you have to laugh at times. And John Rhys Davies plays like this French trapper who wears lots of flannel. So it's a treat in that regard, but I don't know if I'm ever going to finish it.
Not even for Academy Award winner Louise Fletcher?
Louise Fletcher's great.
Yeah.
Just...
It's like a follow-up to, like, you said that's, like, early 80s?
Yeah, I would say it's probably a little bit before she did, like, Flowers in the Attic, maybe?
But, like, after the One Flew Over the
Yeah, in
Cuckoo's
between
Nest,
those.
by, like, 5 years? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
rough.
I would just like to piggyback off of that and say that just this morning I watched an interview with podcast with John Rhys Davies. So that's all I have to contribute to that.
Nice.
All right. As I told Kevin, I watched Men 2 weeks ago, and I think Kevin would agree. Sometimes you see a movie and you see a special effect in a movie, or you see something in a movie that you just can't really unsee. And I liked Men. I had a really good time. I liked the idea of it. I don't even want to give much of anything away, but the last 20 minutes or so is something you don't forget anytime soon. Would you agree with that, Kevin?
Yeah, but with Alex Garland and me, it's kind of started with Ex Machina. I did like a lot of acid and like watched that movie because it was like nominated for best special effects in this like kind of really bad scenario. I don't want to get into all that, but like, so that movie, we watched it over and over again, and it was like with these crazy people, and like that movie, I was just so out of my mind. I'd watch it over and over again, and I could never connect the film. But so Alex Garland with his, that Men, Annihilation, Ex Machina, they have like the same kind of music or like a tone, and I get, so when all that shit goes down at the end, when it like, it's the music that leads up to it, and I kind of like get into this like really weird place. So it like, I don't know, it's like people are like, I don't know what people get scared when they go see horror films, like outside of like jump scares, but I get this like really twisted, triggered feeling when I watch his movies, and like he purposely makes the music very atmospheric, and it kind of goes into like a loop in my head. And I know that sounds insane because it was insane. It was a very weird thing. So yeah, I haven't seen that movie since the theater, but like that whole thing was like, it's insane, and probably the best of his work so far. And I'm really looking forward to Civil War. But sorry, I don't know if that helped.
Like her I don't know, singing or whatever in the cave, that gets stuck in your head, I feel. So yeah, there's a lot of audio stuff. I could totally see where you're coming from. I don't know. I can't recommend it for everyone, but probably people who are listening to this podcast, I can recommend it to. On a lighter note, I saw Renfield, and I'm really afraid to even say this because every time I say this, like people kind of give me shit, and I say I liked it. I thought it was good. I don't think I'll ever watch it again, and that's not a negative. I had it. I thought it was like a one-time watch, but when I tell this to people, they act shocked, like, I should go out and buy the 4K special fucking limited edition or something and get on my knees and suck off Nick Cage. I don't know. Like, people seem to overreact over Renfield, that I don't think it's a great movie. I think it was a good movie, and I'm okay with that. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
If I never see it again, it's okay.
I watched it in December, and same thing. It was good. Nick Cage was fucking fun. It wasn't great. Yeah. Like, Aquafina kind of sucks a fucking point away from movies for me lately.
It just sucks that, like, it's a horror comedy with that kind of, like, special effects. Like, it's like this. I love the practical effects. I think Nicolas Cage was great in it, but I also get what you mean. Like, I don't know. Like, people just think that, like, Nicolas Cage should, like, be nominated for an Oscar for this or something, and it's just like, like, he's got more unhinged performances, and his career isn't dead anymore, so we don't have to get, like, as excited that he is in a movie that is relatively mainstream or easy. It played at the theater down the street from me. I didn't go. I think horror comedy, I do like horror, I like comedy, but I mean, I don't know, I would rather see something with those kinds of special effects be more of like a straight horror. And
yeah, visually it was nice.
I feel like we're kind of all on the same page, and I just want to...
I'll say, if people really have this raging hard-on for Nick Cage and want something that you may not have seen, Mom and Dad with him and Selma Blair, I had a great time with that, and that don't get talked about, so I'll throw that out there.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun.
What's the Dream Scenario just came out on Max.
Oh, how was that?
I haven't seen it. Like, it just came out. Like, I literally just saw it right now.
Oh, yeah. I saw that was on in, like, The Retirement Plan, which came out this year, which is on Hulu. I didn't get a chance to watch that either. I will at some point, but I did watch The Last Voyage of Demeter. Have you guys seen that?
That's on my list to
I haven't
watch.
watched it yet.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty good. I'm not going to give anything away, but on that statement of Renfield, I preferred this over it because it had more of, like, a straight story. Not that it's, like, humorless, but it's not a comedy. And I just going to leave it at that. I really liked it, and
yeah, I look forward to it. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be good. My dad raved about it. I don't want to say he raved about it, but he said it was really good, but, like, didn't boast about it. So, but I feel like he was trying not to get, like, raise expectations, so neither do I. But it was impressive. It was cool. I'd like to see Universal do these kinds of
You don't
movies.
want Tom Cruise in The Mummy
Like
Part 2?
the monster. I mean, sure, actually, I would love that too. Like, I know that I made that statement, and it is kind of like whatever, but yeah, I love Tom Cruise movies. I love those action kind of films. It just seemed a little bit too close to Brendan Fraser's The Mummy, in a way, where they actioned it up, and not in the same exact way.
Enough.
So, yeah,
I got three more things. I watch Homicide Hunter a lot with Joe Kenda. It used to be on Discovery, now it's on Max, and they did like an hour and a half episode, Homicide Hunter, Devil in the Mountains, and if you like the show, then you'll like that. And I don't really have much else to offer there. Finally got around to watching Army of the Dead yesterday on Netflix, and that didn't do it for me. I liked the cast, and I really like Batista. Tig Notaro, or Nick Taro, I really like her. I liked a lot of aspects, like the characters themselves, although I thought Garrett Dillahunt was very miscast.
He is the same person in everything I've ever fucking seen him in. Like, you tell me Garrett Dillahunt's in a movie, I know exactly
he's
what
so
character
good in
he's playing.
Fear the Walking Dead that he was garbage in this movie. I guess that was my issue. I really liked him in Fear the Walking Dead. It's Probably a similar character, of course, but
What was the German guy's name? Was
Dieter.
it Hans Claus, whatever. Dieter. Like, I liked him, but I wasn't like, you know what? Let me go watch a prequel to
Oh,
that
God.
about him pulling off a heist in Europe, which is immediately what they went and did.
Oh, they
after
did?
That came out. It was what? What was
Yeah.
it? Army of the Dead?
Army
It
of
was-
Thieves.
Army of Thieves, yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't imagine watching that, honestly. If Zack Snyder directed it, I would check it out, but he didn't. And I did.
It was
Army
way
of the
too
Dead,
long
but-
for the point that. And here is the thing.
Oh, yeah.
The first person that's dead is by far the best fighter. They made such a big deal out of blonde-haired guy, and he really didn't do jack shit. Like, they hyped him up, and he really didn't do anything. That girl in the opening took out, 40 to 50 freaking zombies on her own, and she's the first one to die. Like, it didn't sit well with me. The ending didn't sit well with me, and had they cut 45 minutes, I wouldn't be nearly as mad. I would have given it like a pass. But that was a 2.5 hour long movie. For what reason? There was no reason for it to be that long. And whatever.
You kind of lose whatever you were invested into the story. Like, you just lose it all. Like, by the end, who cares? Like, who's alive, who's dead? I totally agree. It's like mindless if you're like in bed and you're sick and you can't get up because you have to rest. Like, it's perfect for that. Like, don't think, just watch it. And the opening sequence is really great, and like there's cool things about it, but by the end of it you could go fall asleep and then you don't have to like revisit
That's
it
a really good
outside of that.
Yeah, I think that's right on. It really. I just want the non-director's cut that's just shorter, but whatever. The last thing that I started and just didn't get through more than like 5 to 10 minutes. I got to get back to it, but I really have to bring this up because of Kevin. I started Thanksgiving because that's now on Netflix, and I had a headache. And then dealing with those fucking teenagers, I was just like, I know inevitably that most of these teenagers probably have to die, but I cannot tolerate them at the moment. Please tell me that they get killed, Kevin.
Oh, dude, yeah, you gotta watch it. It's meant to be annoying, so I get what you mean. Like, it's just, I watched the new Spider-Man movie in the morning, like, and it was just in Across the Spider-Verse, it was just too much. Like, it was okay, but it was just like too much to watch that early in the morning under those, like, how my head was feeling, because it's so like loud and like just stimulating with all of the editing and the animation and the, I don't know. But yeah, those guys are annoying if you're not in the mood for it. But yeah, so you didn't make it past the first.
I went shopping for Black Friday. I feel like
Yeah, that's the opening scene. Yeah, so you didn't finish the opening scene then.
no, apparently not.
Oh, dude. Yeah, dude, that movie delivers in such a good way. So go into it like where you're like in a good space. And I mean, I would be really surprised if you didn't enjoy it as a single watch slasher film. It's like, I feel like Eli Roth. It's Eli Roth's most crowd-pleasing film, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I think he delivered something for everyone, and a lot of his detractors, of people who liked even Hostel or people who hated Hostel, I think will enjoy this.
Fair enough. Oh, one last question. Have either of you ever watched, and I have no idea if I'm going to pronounce this correctly, an old Japanese film called Onibaba?
I have not, but I've heard of it.
I think I've heard of it too, but I don't think so.
I had it suggested to me last week by a British friend who likes the weird shit that I do, and I watched the trailer. It's on Max. You guys should check out the trailer. Just, I don't know, send me a message, let me know what you think, because I thought the trailer was pretty fucking crazy for the time. Like, I think it came out in the 50s. So, it's Onibaba. So check that out. And that's my long list.
I have a question for you two, and we can wrap this up pretty soon after that. Have you guys seen the trailer for the new Alien movie?
No.
No, I didn't know that there was one.
Yeah, it's the one by Fade Alvarez.
Oh.
I don't know.
Isn't he the jackass that did the 2013 Evil Dead that I hate?
Yeah, and Don't Breathe, which you love.
What was the other one?
Oh.
Don't Breathe. Don't.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Why is he giving a fucking Alien movie? Actually, you know, the weird thing is, in I think it was the Eli Roth History of Horror, or one of those things on Shudder, him actually, like, just talking as himself, I found him to be likable. I just don't like his movies. So hopefully he does Alien better than... When was the last time we had a good Alien movie?
I think that's debatable. I mean, some people would say 1986. So.
No, not at all. Alien Resurrection.
I personally
is
like.
Not as bad as I thought it was when I saw it in the theater.
No, it isn't, and especially if you can get the director's cut. I liked Alien 3. I mean, it was not as good. You know, you can see the studio interference in that movie. But
people hate that movie, and I don't get why. Kent, do you hate that movie?
Not nearly as much as the general public.
A lot of, yeah. I mean, because like at this point, it doesn't matter anymore, and I just like feel that's a great example with like Alien and Aliens, and then Alien 3. Yeah, like when you watch it in the beginning, and you're like, oh my god, like Michael Bihn's gonna come back, and like no, they like shave Ripley's head and put her with like a whole cast of people we don't know, and like a very different situation. And I was like a kid when I saw it, so like it was weird, but like the video game made me love the movie, because I would play the video game over and over again, and then I'd be like, oh, I want to watch this movie, and like it didn't have all of the action that the game did because they just had flamethrowers, but oh man, that movie is great. And, like, to do that to a franchise is just, I don't know. No one's done it, and I don't think anyone's done it as well. And to get, like, such a shit end of the stick.
yeah.
I'll say this. Hopefully by the next time we do this, I recently bought the full series of Rod Serling's Night Gallery. He's the dude that did Twilight Zone. And I also got the full series of Tales from the Dark Side, and I've never seen like any of these things. So I'm kind of excited to see. I don't expect it to be great. If I get like a 6 out of 10, I'd be happy, you know? So probably by the next time I'll be talking about these things and telling you guys just how bad everything is, most likely. But I'm kind of excited to go into that stuff.
Yeah, let me know if it's worse than Echoes.
It's not worse than Echoes. I haven't seen it, but it's not.
How could it be?
All right.
Damn, there was one more trailer I saw that I just wanted to. I can't think of it.
Was it Wicked?
Well,
because Wicked looks good.
What? Wicked?
Yeah, I think Wicked looks really good. I'm excited for it.
The musical?
Yeah.
Yeah, the movie. Right?
Yeah. The one chick.
Oh, I did
really
see Roadhouse too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Roadhouse. How was that?
It was definitely not the same movie, that the Swayze one was, but I liked it. It was pretty good.
I've heard really, I don't want to say overwhelmingly positive things, but I've heard mostly positive things that it exceeded expectations because most people went in expecting a complete shit show, and it was a very watchable and semi-enjoyable movie, is kind of what I've gotten.
Conor McGregor was fucking crazy. He was good.
And yeah, I'm hearing a lot of shit about people are really not happy with The Crow.
Oh, that was the other one I was going to... Yeah, have you guys seen the trailer for The Crow
People
remake?
don't shut up about it.
Is that out, or...
The trailer's out. The movie's
trailer's
not coming out until the summer.
Okay.
Oh my god, yeah, July, I think, right? I think
people have already made up their
totally
minds
going.
about that movie. It feels like without seeing it.
Oh my god, It's ridiculous. You can't even like joke about it on the internet. Like everyone's so ridiculous about it. Someone wrote the trailer came out and they're like, all these people. Someone writes, people think the original Crow is such a good movie, and then and like everyone gets in like up in arms because it's like kind of like feel like a bait thing, or people are just just spouting out negative shit, and then you just be like, never heard of it, and then people will latch on. I did that, and people were like, you never heard of it, like they didn't get it. Like everyone's been talking about it always and not stopping, whether it's give the movie a chance or this is such a piece of shit, and I don't know, like The Crow. I love The Crow. It's got a special place, but I don't know. I don't think it's sacred.
This isn't. Ghostbusters felt sacred to me. The Crow was still going to be the fucking Crow. I'm not. This isn't like a sequel. Like with Ghostbusters, we all wanted the original gang back. Back in the day, right? This isn't that. We know this. Just
I would. Yeah, I mean, I would feel better about it if it wasn't for the fact that they're like remaking it. Like the comic series, like every Crow is a different person. It's a different person who's been killed and brought back for their vengeance. But they're literally remaking the Eric Draven blah blah blah. The very first Crow comic book storyline. I'll give it the benefit of the doubt, but the other thing too is like that's basically Brandon Lee's legacy. I mean, you don't want it to be like Showdown in Little Tokyo or, Rapid Fire or whatever, so.
Or Edward Furlong as the Crow.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, Brandon Lee's legacy, I think people kind of make a huge deal out of that, and it's like, what? I mean, he didn't have a huge legacy. Like.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the point, is that like that's all he's got. But who cares? I mean, Sting took that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to minimize. I'm just saying, like, it's not like we're saying Bill Murray's fucking legacy. We're talking, like, it is what it is. It's just people. It'd be like if we had the fucking forums back when Kurt Cobain died, and somebody like dared rip into Cobain. Like everybody would have been overly sensitive back in the mid '90s, type thing. I feel like that's all we're doing here. So, I guess in conclusion, can we fucking just get Kevin Bacon as Freddy Krueger now? Before it's too late? That's all we want. That's all.
All right, guys. I think that's going to wrap us up, basically. Just to reiterate, next month is going to be an interesting one where we break down... I guess it's going to be our opinions on who's the real master of horror, Wes Craven or John Carpenter. So tune in. I hope you enjoyed the last 3 months with us, because it was something I had never seen, and I definitely did enjoy. And we'll talk to you later.
See ya.
David Gordon Green.